Oh no. There we go. Hello, everybody. Just a fair warning. Sports ball has got me in kind of a sassy mood due to some events, rather, events that did not happen. And somebody better take some responsibility for it. For I am not pleased. Not pleased. Wait. That seems like an okay look. I might turn it up a little. Don't want to have it be distracting, obviously. Anyways, hello to everybody. Beth, Jake, Xblog, JMT, Peter, Anthony, Tal, Sarah. Why don't I have Twain on? JMT, Lugia, Xblog. Rare was here earlier. I think that's everybody. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Hope you're having a good night. Let me see. Get the peerless stuff going. What did I just do? Why do I do things that are dumb? So I'm just gonna rant about this. I know most of you don't care, and that's okay. That's okay. It's not normally something we do on this channel. It's care about sports ball, but I just need to rant, and I need this to be on the internet somewhere, because if it's on the internet, then it means something. If I just keep it inside, it means nothing. That's not true, but whatever. That's my rationalization. So, you guys probably, most of you probably know, I'm a huge basketball fan, especially pro sports. My team, my hometown team, is the Milwaukee Bucks. We are currently blessed with the opportunity to house arguably the best player in the NBA, and that hasn't happened since the early 1970s. So we're obviously a bit sensitive when it comes to making sure he stays here long term. They make two really good moves in the offseason, 2 trades. Turns out they jumped the gun on one of the trades because it would involve signing someone else's player and then trading that player to us. But you couldn't negotiate free agent contracts with anybody until the start of free agent period, which was today. So they had to. The official report is that the player was like, well, I never agreed to go there. But there are still rumors that he wanted to go here. But now the teams had to cover their ass, otherwise they could be charged with tampering and receive penalties like loss of draft pick compensation at the next year or the year after that or something like that. So the deal, the second of the 2 deals, was essentially nixed. Then they waived one of the players that we were going to trade away, and the reason we were going to keep that trade, the reason we had that player involved was for salary matching purposes, because salaries kind of have to match when you send players to different teams, unless one of the teams have salary cap space to absorb it, which is the Bucks don't. So just know that the salaries have to match. So they waived him, probably to save money, because our billionaire owners are fucking cheap, when they needed to keep him in order to try to get some other deal going. They needed to keep him to try to get the best sign and trade or whatever other type of trade possible, but instead they waived him. unless they're worried about the hard cap, which I won't even bother going into what that is, but I'll just state it. Unless they're worried that their plans will take them up against the hard cap, it makes no fucking sense. Other than they're cheap motherfuckers. It is infuriating. This is the type of move that could have your best player going, wow, you're really fucking incompetent. You haven't surrounded me with the players that I should have as my sporting cast to win a championship, because I can't do it all on my own. And if he were to leave because of that, I'd be like, you know what? I can't even blame you. I can't blame you. They completely fucked that up. Now, one of three parties fucked that up. Possibly all three. The Bucks, the Sacramento Kings, who's the other team involved, and the reporter, the insider that reported the deal in the first place, which allegedly the Kings and the Bucks never talked about the contract, which would have been fine. That was okay. They just can't negotiate with the player about the contract. But the reporter saw what the Bucks were trading and guessed as to what the contract was going to be, so he added that. That one little mistake could have been what completely fucked the trade over, in which case, fuck that reporter. Woj, if you're the reason that trade didn't happen and Giannis leaves, fuck you. Now, I can focus on the tiering. Hell, Vegeta and Rare. Yeah, so they can they still have some flexibility with some trades they can make. But I haven't heard of peep as to anything that could possibly happen, because they could use one of their unrestricted free agents to sign for up to $5 million and then trade them. But it restricts the amount of money they can bring back in any trade to $16 million a year. So that it hampers because you're limiting who you can bring in then. And that's getting rid of just waiving Urson for the sake of saving money is fucking asinine. Cheap fucking owners. All right. So obviously the tier list we should start with to put me in a happy place is Anthony, you're here, right? What did you call this? The drip tier list for Genshin Impact? Team Captain Twain is going to make an ass of himself today. Fuck you, Woj! If that's all true. If it's not true, don't fuck you. You do a good job generally. I really like you otherwise, but holy shit would that be a colossal fuck up. You should. It is incredibly shady to report on things that don't actually exist, and in this case, the existence of that contract was never discussed. It had to happen, yes, but to assume that it was in place, especially in a time period where it's really sensitive to discuss those contracts, you don't do that. You're that type of media that people complain about, where it's like, this is fake. This is fucking fake. And that would have been fucking fake. Heat Raptors, Wizards, Trailblazers, man. You have too many teams! How do you have so many favorite teams? I have the Bucks, and then I allowance myself one Western Conference team that I enjoy. Which, when I was in middle school until about early high school, it was the Kings. And then I moved to the Spurs, and it's been the Spurs ever since then. Get them tiers out before the tiers. Yeah, I have a regular list, but this is specifically for the drips, right? What are drips? Please inform this boomer as to what dripping is or drip. It's like their style, right? Be right back. Gotta get tissue. Character design, but the vibe of it. So not just like the design itself, but also the vibe that the design is giving out. Thank you, Anthony. I enjoy these. These are my favorite pajama pants. Pass out from anxiety. What's the anxiety? Either way, you win. Normally, I tell Laker fans to fuck off. That's normally because I don't know Laker fans from LA. You're in SoCal. Well, Lakers should be your team. Good for you. We had so many people in our area because the Bucks were really bad all throughout the 90s. Really bad. So a lot of people my age didn't go to the Bucks initially because they're like, I want to root for a team that wins. So the Lakers are... If you go to a Bucks game against the Lakers, there might be a 50-50 split, which is embarrassing. So I had to grow up with a lot of that. Yeah, Lakers, baby. Well, okay, I could pick any fucking random team that's amazing and just be like, oh, they're my team now. Looks like we'll win every time. Cowboys in the NFL were one of those things. Do you know how many people aren't Cowboys fans anymore after started off as Cowboy fans? There's only one of my friends that I respect. He knows who he is. That I respect for being a fan of the Lakers, and that's because he picked California. He picked his teams, and I think his dad was a fan of those teams too. I don't know. He might be able to correct me on that, but he has stuck with those teams all throughout the time that I've known them since elementary school. And that's the Lakers and then the Raiders of football. The Raiders have been shit for a long time. So, like, yeah, he's just a loyal fan. Good for him. For those that didn't know, I posted the Danganronpa and Phoenix Wright tier list that I made before the last tier list stream, in case you wanted to catch up. If I see a team I like, they get put on my favorite teams list. Okay, then I guess we just look at the term favorite differently, because there are teams that I like, for sure, other than those two. It's just, I wouldn't consider them the teams that I follow, and those are my favorite teams. Cider spiked with Blue Flame Moonshine. Oh my god, that sounds delicious. My favorite team is me. Oh, I already know, Rare. You love you some you, and you keep on going with that, buddy. Yeah, Spurs suck now, but it's okay. I still really like the way the team's constructed. I love Greg Popovich might be the best coach of all time. But yeah, they fucking suck. Clippers. The Clippers fans who I'd give mad respect to, because you could be a fan of the Lakers. You said fuck that. Only kind of follow former Kentucky players. I mean, that's fine. Like, the NBA is like where you can do that, because the NBA is much more of a, because there are fewer players on, like, there's 5-on-5 instead of baseball. It's 9-on-9, and then 9, yeah, and then in football it's what, 11-on-11. So basketball is, just because of the nature of there being fewer players, it's team-oriented, but it's the least team-oriented. So basketball is probably the sport out of all the sports mostly that you will find people that follow players and not teams. And I understand that. My thing is consistency. Like, as long as you're consistent, like, I consistently follow Kentucky players. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Alabama teams suck. You guys have, like, the greatest football dynasty ever. Fucking SEC. I'm a Badger fan, so I'm always bitter about everything SEC, and I'm like, man, Big Ten gets no respect. It's all right, Techie. I know most people that watch probably don't give a shit about the sports. I've been infuriated and needed to talk about it. Chargers to the Rams. I mean, if I had to choose between the two, I'd choose the Rams too. If for no other reason than I like their colors significantly more. I also prefer the way the Rams play, but they generally have more fun teams. Yeah, the Raiders are not. The Raiders are fine. God, Jake. I know Jake would be one of the only tier lists I'd see that have hero in somewhere other than bottom tier. Yeah, bandwagon fan, exactly. I need to get some Blue Flame Moonshine. I don't have anything stronger than, what's the strongest stuff that I have? I don't have any 151, so it's less than that. Like 120 proof or something like that. That's generally safe for shots. But yeah, I need to get some Blue Flame Moonshine. Yeah, the 2017 Warriors were fucking great. That team was really fun to watch. They were just a sick team. The Water Boy. I mean, you guys got at least a fantastic college basketball team, Dancy. They brought... And a minor league baseball team. We actually have a minor league hockey team. Yo, what's up, Trent? That gets a lot of love in the city because we don't have a major league one, which is cool. When minor league teams get love like that, I think that's really cool. Because it's easy to just dismiss them because they're not at the top level, right? Okay, Jake and Lugia. Oh, God, Lugia, you like him more than Jake does. Oh, I forgot Trep loved Hero. God. Oh, I hate Duke too, JMC. I'm with you there. Yo, what's up, JB? For me, it's just fuck them in their... Ugh. God, anything that promotes Lavar Ball is bad, because he's an awful human being. I did, JB, thank you. I mean, Duke's essentially the Lakers of college basketball, right? I wouldn't hate them so much if they weren't so good. DC United. We don't have a Major League Soccer team, although my international team is Arsenal in the English Premier League. And then if I had to pick an MLS team, it'd be the Sounders, Seattle Sounders. I agree. Well, okay. I actually don't... The Suns, they're the victims. And you could say, oh, they got two of them in the NBA, so they must be doing something right. Yeah, but what put them there? It's like looking at Michael Jackson. Now, I'm not saying LeVar Ball is like Michael Jackson's father, because Michael Jackson's father was also a horrible person, and probably more of a horrible person. But upbringing is partially responsible for what ends up happening to people, and they can traumatize a person so hard that later in life they're incapable of functioning properly. And that we'll see if that happens with the Ball family. Hopefully not. I hope that doesn't happen to them, because they don't deserve to be like their shithead father. Also, hello, Possum. Sorry, I missed you earlier. And also Kardik. Sorry, I missed you too. And Akari. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anybody else that came in. Sorry if I missed you there. But yeah, hello to everybody else as well. Hope you're having a less irritating evening. Yeah, I had heard about that. I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Like, I feel like they had one job when they were on that show, and they're like, please just don't say any of like 3 words. Please don't say any of like 3 words, please. And they failed. Just, ugh. They're the Kardashians of the sports world. And they're like, the players are, the kids are okay, but they're not anything great. Lonzo was always overrated. We'll see what happens with LaMelo. His shooting around, like, his history has been awful from an efficiency standpoint, so we'll see if that carries over to the NBA and if he ends up just becoming another Brandon Jennings. Though if I was Charlotte, I'd probably pick him too, because Charlotte needs a flashy superstar. You have the Leitner shot on your wall as a poster? Yeah, I probably would too if I were a Duke fan. One of my best friends is a Duke fan. But, like, I guess it's because their dad was a Duke fan? But his 2 brothers are Badger fans. No, we're not doing a basketball tier list first. Although that is a hilarious idea. We'll do that at some point tonight. The most recent memory I have of Duke is the Badgers losing to them in the national championship, which just, and it wasn't even like, I can't say they got cheated or anything like that. They had a great first half, and then Duke just beat them in the second half. It's just, it's more infuriating that way, because I can't point to something else, right? It's just, man, they just beat us. But I'm sure you have some feelings on that particular tournament as well, James, given that we were the ones that removed you from the championship game. Tim Tebow. He is trash in the minor leagues. He's trashed in the minor leagues. He does not deserve to make a major league team. He's so bad. He's batting, what, like 220? You know, he's gonna sniff it because he is who he is. Put me on a good ball team. Baseball? Okay. Oh, but wait, you're actually gonna really suck at baseball. All right, I think I need to make... a new scene. So bear with me while I put this together. Fuck yeah. I thought I already had a basic scene like that together, but once I had to redo all my OBS stuff, but I guess not. All right, so I'll put chat back up on the screen, but give me a moment. This is my... I'm so small! This is my setup for my, Genshin Impact and, COD streams. COD videos that I make. Can you stop making that weird green fucking thing appear? Thank you very much. Hey, stop that. That's like seizure-inducing. Why is that happening? Logo. Give me the fucking... That's not the one I want. That is not the one that I want. What? There we go. There we go. Stop with... Alright, hold on. Let me... There we go. Enough of that flashing green bullshit. Alright, Tal, that's for you. I know you like those thick lines. Alright, let's make this a little bigger, yeah? Wait, can I? There we go. How did I do this last time? I feel like the proportions aren't correct here. It'd be better to do it this way? Yeah, it's better to do it this way. And then put... Okay. Put me over here. Yeah, that's the way. That's the way. It still needs to be a little smaller though, because I need to put chat on screen. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Like here? That's pretty good, right? Browser source. Big. There we go. That's not the greatest, but it's fine. Should actually make like a... Okay. That's okay. That's good. Alright, so this is... I'm gonna do 2 quick Genshin Impact, because these won't take very long. The first one will be the drip, which is the vibe that their design gives off. So... I don't really know how that's going to turn out. I'm just going to have to but we'll look and see. Hey, Vanessa, how's it going? Best section to share that. It's probably okay in either casual game talk or meme stuff's safe for work. I'm guessing. I'm the person that fucking. What? I'm guessing. I'm the person that makes the rules. Am I being such a bitch about it? Yeah, post them in one of those. Either one of those is fine. Well, to be fair, I don't know who Zhongli is yet. So I wouldn't be able to... Well, I guess I'd still be able to rank them based on their face. For football, you have the most favorite teams? We're better than Bama. No, we are. Nobody's better than Bama. They try to murder each other. Oof. 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 I guess the problem, JMT, is that in any of these games that we look at with basketball, because of how, like, razor thin the margins can be, you can always point to one thing and be like, game would have been different if this hadn't happened. All right, so we're talking about the vibe of their design. So, Amber? Yo, thank you, JMT, for another tier 2. Tier what? That would be tier 4? It's salutatorian. Tier membership. Much appreciated, my dude. JMT once again reclaiming a spot as the member king. So Amber, I like Amber's design a lot. It gets out a nice warm vibe, which makes sense considering she's fire-based. I want to get rid of, hold on. I want to get rid of double S for this one. We just want to have S, yeah, like that. Oh, no. We want to add an F. What does that say about me? That instead of adding a positively influenced tier, I want to instead remove that and add a negatively connoted? Is that a word? Connotated. No, it'd just be connotated, not connoted. Wait, oh, whoops. Screw that up. There we go. We have to make F orange because, as we all know, orange is the worst. This one we can make the best. I know that doesn't flow. Fine, we'll... There you go. More flows a little bit better there. How about that? Oh, no worries, JB. You haven't played it yet? I suggest anybody that has not played this game to give it a try. It is free, and I mean it is free. I know So I put some money into it because Rare specifically made a donation for me to put some money into it. But I'm not sure I know anybody else that's actually spent any money on it and still are having a great time. Okay, so yeah, we were starting out with Amber. Her design drips warm. That's a thing. See, Anthony, sorry, I don't know if I'm using the lingo right. It's a cute design. It, I think, very accurately represents her like elemental type and her personality, and it's very warm and helpful. So high tier. That's fine. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Lugia. Yeah, there's a specific reason, Jake. Barbara. Okay, so Barbara is precious, but her clergy design comes off as kind of judgy. It does come off as helpful, but judgy. So I think that's a solid B then, with its shortcomings. Beto, the vibe she gives me, fucking ride or die, ballin' bitch. Let's go. Beto is, oof. She got it going on, man. She's a bad bitch. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Respect. So she's a pirate and like leads the fleet that's like housed outside of why can't I'm having a brain fart on the leeway on the name. Oh yeah, let me know. I added stuff for I added Treps, Jake, so if you tell me what I need to add for yours, you can let me know. Or I should say, at least added the 1,000 that Chet was missing. The bunny girl is cute. And she doesn't play it off in like an annoying way because the game doesn't call attention to it. It just happens to be there, right? Because it can get kind of annoying when it's like, and you're like, all right, we get it. All right, so Bennett, I don't have Bennett yet. I know who he is. I don't really know what his design is other than his face and hat, though. And from what I see of that, it's very boring. Not bad, boring. So we'll give it a C. I don't know who this is. Dayluk's vibe. It's passionate, but also kind of low-key hoity. Because that's kind of what he is. He's low-key hoity. Because he doesn't want you to know that he's hoity, but he is. So it's good, but you can kind of see through him a little bit. Official. That goth I'm from another world design, delusional. I really like her design. I know that's like not something, it makes me kind of an enabler, but I like her design a lot. It gives me fun vibes, very fun vibes. That's the light blue hair guy. I have no idea who he is. I can't even, like, based on just his face, it's boring. So it'd be like here. Like, it's not bad, it's just boring. Ah, 1037. Oh, that was perfect. Called Gothic. True, Sarah. True. I could use Google, but I like to use the knowledge I already have. Otherwise, it's kind of cheating. Trep is Leon. Leon is Trep. You were the first murderer. Jean. Awesome drip. Also kind of judgy, but man, she reminds me so much of Saber, and Saber's design's badass. I'd probably put her under Fischl, though. I think I prefer Fischl's design. Kaya. Unabashedly anime, and I respect it. But also a little too like, hey, I'm the cliche cool guy. So we'll put him in here. We'll put him in high B specifically because of his feathers are cool. Okay, I don't know who this is, but I've seen Rare use her. And her design's cool. Not anything super spectacular, but it's cool. Put it like here. Klee's design. Love the hat. Love the kind of presentation in general. Her thing is she throws bombs at you. So probably put her in low A. Lisa. Bangin'. Bangin'. Purple, for those that don't know, is my favorite color. And her whole design is just awesome. Awesome. I see her and I'm like, oh. I'm smitten. Mona's also got an awesome design. It is similar to Lisa's though. And I think I prefer Lisa's a little more. So I think what we'll do is put Mona there. Ningguang. Now, when I first started playing this game, I'm like, based on her design, I'm like, she's waifu. She is the waifu. Now, I still don't really know anything about her, so I still kind of hold that. Like, man, she just presents opulence in a way that's pretty baller. Noelle, like the maid warrior thing. Something about it keeps it from being higher tier though, but it is good. I don't know what it is specifically. I can't point to anything specifically. I don't know anything about her. She's like a kid though, right? Or at least has the appearance of a child. This is what's his face, the wolf guy. Forget his name. His design's cool. I like they did a good job of making him like obvious that he's like a wild child without it being too on the nose. So I'll probably put him there. Sucrose, like her design, love the glasses. She's a cutie. But I'm not a huge fan of the colors. So I'd probably put her there. If she was like purple, she'd probably be closer to S class. I personally, I know Nin doesn't really like the main character designs, but I really like the main character designs. I think they're good. I like the girls a little more than the guys, which is part of the reason why I picked the girl. They're kind of basic, but I think they serve their function just fine. I think maybe like, I think I like Noelle's a little better than his. Maybe here. Much waifu. Razor's, yeah, Razor's the wolf kid. What is Sarah doing? Purple best hair color. Kappa. I wish I could rock purple. Yeah, like if you have Sucrose higher and you like because you like everything plus you like the color, then I wouldn't disagree with that. I just am not a huge fan of the color. Venti. Venti. I like his design. But there's also something about it I don't like, and I don't know what it is. But it's not bad. I actually love the hat. I think that fits him perfectly. Maybe it's because it's similar in color to Sucrose. Where it's like I really like their design, but the color is what's off-putting. So like there. Xiangling. As much as I love Xiangling, I think her design's kind of boring. Like, if she wasn't a pull, like, her weapon is it has to be an accessory to her look, because otherwise, like, the pole arms adds to, like, the entirety of her look. Because if she doesn't have it, I think she looks kind of dull. And don't get me wrong, again, I love Xiangling as a character, but her design is not the most exciting that we see. I have no idea who this person is, but holy shit, that design's awesome from what I see there. I can't put it in an S because I didn't see the rest, but we'll put it like here, to be fair. His design, what the fuck's his name? Xing? Something Xing? I like his design. It really reflects his character. The blue, I think, is actually kind of flat on him. Now, when I say stuff like that, take it for a grain of salt, because I'm no art critic by any means. I'm just trying to best communicate the way I feel as good as I possibly can, as well as I possibly can. So I think he's probably around here. Here, I think I like Kaya's a little more. Paimon's a great design as your companion. If Paimon was full size, this design would be ridiculous and awful. But because Paimon's just, you know, your little Fae friend, then it's good. Probably put it low A. Actually, I might like it a little more, please. It's somewhere here. I'm gonna stick with my gut. And this design, I mean, just based on what I've seen of her, she looks cool. Kind of like her, where it looks cool, but not anything extremely interesting. So I'd probably put her there because I do like the hat. She has the hat in addition to the rest of the fit. Zhao, is that the guy? Is that this guy? The guy put an A? The problem with Diluc's design is that it's a little too much. And not to say that it's bad, it's still in B, and that means it's still good. There are no bad designs here. That's what you can take out of this tier list. There are no bad designs. There are either boring designs or fantastic designs, and then everything in between. Diluc's is a little on the nose, maybe. Like it's just a little too much. Maybe if he had brown eyes instead of red eyes, I'd feel differently. Like, even a little detail like that can completely change how you see somebody's face. Whereas, like, Kaya's is a lot, but Kaya's doesn't scream who his character is, whereas Diluc's does. I can only go based on Zhao's face, because I haven't seen the rest of it. So I feel like I can't put Zhao higher than mid-A just because I haven't seen the rest of the body. And if I haven't done that with the other characters, I don't know. I can't do that with Zhao either. But just purely based on the face and hair, that's already a very high ranking. That's like the best I can go without seeing the rest of the body. Zhao is a fucking prick. Rate your book character designs. Can you put them on here? I'd do it. Dude, Rare. This design is not bottom tier. Just because he's an asshole doesn't mean he... Yeah, this is, like JMT said, this is design, not if they're an asshole or not. Like how good the characters are in terms of battle or just like personality? Because I planned on doing a personality one. Problem is I know even fewer of those. Because like I wouldn't be able to do... Here, let me save this one first. You still hear Possum? This one goes out to all the awesome possums. GI drip. So like, if we talk about the characters themselves, oh, I can't, hold on, can I refresh this? Thighs tier list? Do they show the
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Why? Why is this a thing? Oh, did congratulations play like it was supposed to? Oh no, I don't have congratulations. Hold on. Sorry, Sarah. Let me... I don't have congratulations and adapt in this one.
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
Congratulations!
Here we go. We'll just leave it at that for now. That's fine. Thighs are the perfect way to die. Same. This, to be honest. So we'll see what they'll walk with. Alright, fine. Let's do it. But this says females only, and Venti's in here. I thought Venti was a dude. Am I wrong about that? Is Venti a female? Well, I mean, that's correct. Beidou is definitely number one. Venti's at the bottom. Zhonglings are high. Actually, Monas are actually pretty low. Is this Fischl? I mean, hers aren't anything to write home about. Here? Who's this? I don't know who this is. They're nothing spectacular. Bottom. Bottom. Probably like that. Noels are fine. I don't know who these are. They're... I can't place a few of these. They're ambers. Ambers are actually pretty good, I'd say. Ah, man. Jeans just don't do anything for her. Don't do anything for her, but I bet they're pretty good. Did you send those the designs to me, Anthony, yet? Noel's are S? Let me take a look at Noel's again. I might be forgetting. Because I'm like just going based off this picture rather than memory. I guess it's kind of hard to tell because she has the dress on. I mean, her legs are, she's kind of like really skinny. I think the maid dress almost just gives an appearance of it being thicker than it really is. I don't know. Let me look at another picture. Yeah. I mean, I think that's probably pretty close to accurate for me. Who do I think you'd be? What, as a Danganronpa character? They think you'd be Gundam. Oh, so they can, because they're, I guess technically they're genderless, right? It's just a matter of how they appear. Okay, I can buy that. I still don't think I'd put Venti on here though, because Venti is still like presented as a male. Is it Hide? Oh, see, that's all you had to say. That's all you had to say, JMT. See, I get JMT and I speak the same language. You put Fischl and S? I mean, they're not awful, but they have no substance to them. Like, my ranking is based off of substance. You gotta have some substance to be higher. That's why the ones that are higher are the way that they are. Jean could be higher, but it's kind of hard to tell with her pants. Yeah, Adamski's right. Some gods have genders. Just depends on what kind of background you're looking at. All the Greek and Roman gods definitely had genders. But I guess if you're talking about Genshin Impact gods specifically, then yeah, I have no idea. Could be right. Okay, so I actually really like the girl's design. That's cool. And Zhao's is also very good. It's kind of disappointing just based on where you start with his head going down. I think it's the torso that's kind of boring, but the rest of it, like the cape and the pants and the shoes, are all really good. The other guy's is kind of boring. Like, he's just, it's not bad. It's just shrug. Okay. I guess I'll save this too. Die tier list. People are funny and also creepy. This one probably has the updated characters, I'm guessing. Yeah, this got Tilde, Child. Oh no, it still doesn't have the other guy though. Oh, it also has her. I don't really know anything about her though. All right, I'll do personality rankings. And then, what do you guys want to see first? Phoenix Wright or Danganronpa? Oh yeah, I mean, I get it. Waifu and thighs are two different things. I think Lisa's a fucking banger, but I also don't think she has the best eyes. Not everybody can be Beto, you know? Beto is just all around my favorite character so far. But just to be clear, there is not a character that I've met so far besides Venti that I find to be bad. And it's not even that Venti's a bad character, he's just annoying. I find his general attitude to be annoying. What's going on here? So this one I am gonna leave out the characters I don't know, since this is more of like the character presentation in general. GMT is Twain's spirit animal, or the other or the other way around. Am I drinking the gender fluid? I mean, if I was, it was delicious. I don't know if that's dirty or not. Probably Adamski. That would be my guess. I don't know why though. Hideyoshi's still perfect for those memes. No, I'm not gonna do a boob tier list. Do I think you'd be Gundam Tanaka? No, X-Blod would be Gundam Tanaka. And he knows why. You would be... Hold on. Let's table this discussion until I get all the characters in front of me. Oh, is there a reset button? I probably should have just checked on that. Is a human. I want to still finish Fairy Tail 2. I've just been in such a Genshin mood recently. All right, so yeah, let's do this, and then I'm gonna get another drink, and then we'll go to either Danganronpa or Phoenix Wright. Let's do Danganronpa first, because I don't want to get to Danganronpa later and forget that we had this discussion about which character do I fit the best. Okay, so I'll do combat first, just because there aren't many that I can rank, so it'll be pretty quick. Barbara's S. Amber's a D. Dado's an S. Don't know Bennett. D looks really good. Bishel's an S. Kaya's a B. Although, I will fully admit, I realize I didn't know how to use cryo characters very well. Lisa's a C. Ingwan's a B. I don't think I'm using her very well yet. Noelle's a high B. The problem with Noelle is I've just been using Beto a lot more recently. I've not used Sucrose yet. Main character is a B. Like, the fact that you can go... Her main attack is really powerful, and to be able to go like across the elements is really useful. Zhongling's an A. She's very good, but her doll or whatever has limitations. He was fucking sick. He was really, really good in the limited time I had with him. Razor's pretty good. I don't think I've used anybody else. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, we have used Venti. Venti was good in the one situation that we used him in. Against Dvalin. He seems very useful. I haven't used the rest. I mean, Rare makes her seem really good. Anthony made Klee seem really good. Paimon's not a battler, so technically they would both be there. But I haven't used him, so yeah. But I haven't used the rest. Wait, who am I? Oh, what I look like. Right, because I'm on... Yeah, that's why the Danganronpa thing has to be purely off of personality, because you don't know what people look like anyways. I think we can include... I'd like to include both 1 and 2. I think that gives you the best pool. I mean, quite frankly, Rare, my viewpoint on that is doesn't bother me. Doesn't affect me in any way. So they can do their thing. Alright, so that's battle. Reset. Oh, but it resets everything! Ugh. Damn it. I don't want to do this every time, so I'm just, you know what, this is just going, there we go. Oh, this can't be orange. This just can't be orange. I tried to avoid it, but I can't. Orange has to be at the bottom. Okay, personality. Barbara is just too precious. Her little dance number that she can do, she's super sweet. Her whole thing is I just want to help everybody. I know it seems very corny for some, but for me it's awesome, and there needs to be more people like this. Hello, Misato Katsuragi. Tier list, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry, you're going to be on the top of any tier list I do that you're involved in. I love Fischl's. I love Fischl. Her over-the-top personality is awesome to me. I love when she talks and Oz has to translate for her. Beto's also S-tier personality. She's the only character, or I shouldn't say the only character, but she's the first character that I'm going to pick out of this entire group to go drink with, which is very important for me. Amber has a really good personality. She's earnest. I don't feel like she's kind of a goody two-shoes, but it's because she genuinely cares. I don't feel like it's only a just to impress sort of thing. Don't know Bennett, don't know him. D-Luke is I like that he seems to be like the prince playing the pauper sort of thing. But he's also just kind of a jerk. And not in like the coolest way possible. So like it could be A, but I think it's instead high B. Kaya's fine. He hasn't done anything super interesting yet. Jean is also basic. Like, I haven't seen much of Jean yet. What I have seen of her is she's the leader, and that's, that's it. Lisa's very one-dimensional so far. Well, no, that's not true. Because seeing her in that book return quest was actually pretty funny. But other than that, she just is like, hey, I'm a nymphomaniac person. So I think we'll put her here. She needs a little more dynamic to her. I don't know. I know a little bit about Ningguang. She is reflective of her design, essentially, just opulence. Razor's cool. I like Razor. But he's still just a little limited because of who he is. The main character, I actually really like the main character's personality, and I wish you got to see it more on screen. Most of it's just background and like seeing interactions between her and Paimon. I love the main character's sense of humor, and I love her general disposition. I don't know too much about Noelle except her general aspirations. She seems like she could be interesting, but I just don't know enough yet. It's probably slightly more interesting than Lisa based on what I know, though. Mona seems pretty cool so far, but I've only met her once. Venti, lazy god. Zhongling's, I like Zhongling's personality, but she's a bit one-dimensional so far. It's food this, food that, whatever. Oh. Okay, this is kind of a tough one, because it's cool. I like what he does. And I like how he, doesn't push his wealth. But he's also stereotypical as to his, role that he plays. And, his person. If you told me what the character's story was, I feel like I'd guess very close to the way his personality is presented. Are you, here? Sucrose I can get behind. She's the nerd of the group. And that's awesome. And Paimon might be the best. Paimon might be the best companion in any game I've ever played other than Twilight Princess, because Midna is very hard to top. The rest I don't really know anything about, so I can't rank them. Pointing! You're tearing me apart, Lisa! I bet at some point she's going to. Oh, you'd say he'd be down here? I mean, it looks like he could have a shit personality. So a lot of cool-looking characters do have shit personalities because they're, just relying on their, oh, yeah, I'm cool. And it's you can't just do that. You need to add a little more than that. But again, this is very reflective of the fact that I like the characters. Even Venti. I like Venti. I like him the least out of everybody, but I still like him. A lot of the characters so far have been very good, and that's the biggest surprise of the game for me. I expected them to all be very shallow and uninteresting. Actually, sorry, Barbara, you just... Beto's just... I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna get a drink. Then we'll do Danganronpa. We'll do 2 Danganronpas. We'll do... We'll do Danganronpa 2. And then we'll try and see if we can do both together. The problem is I don't want any characters... spoiled for me out of D3 or even Ultra Despair Girls. That is not how you spell Danganronpa. Oh, that is not how you spell Danganronpa. It still isn't how you spell Danganronpa. Jesus, triple S? Getting rid of that. Also gonna get rid of E. No, I was going to put hero, but that would be an insult to any of these characters. Yeah, for only 16 people. Yeah, this is why I was like, yeah, let's get rid of them. I think this is... No, yeah, this is what I used for Danganronpa, because it went like this, I think. And then I had one best character. Yeah, I think that's how it was. Monokuma wasn't in the other list that I had either. Let's make it pretty clear. Monokuma's an S-level villain, for sure. A group, like, if he was on the tier list, that's Reed B. Monami was interesting, albeit a little annoying. And she wasn't really an antagonist. She's just kind of there to serve as a foil to him. Probably a B. Make a new tier for assholes? And what, Genshin? Oh, very few of them are assholes. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, before we start this, for everybody that isn't part of Discord or haven't checked out the schedule yet, just a quick announcement as to what's going to happen with that. Next week's going to be a lot more action-packed than usual because of the holiday, which is great because I'm excited. I haven't been able to have as many streams in as I want since this school year started. Because of the tutoring that I do. So we're going to play Spider-Man Miles Morales tomorrow. I've got my Elgato HD60 in, so we'll be able to play it and it actually look nice. And then we'll play it Sunday, and it's probably going to be done by then because apparently it's a fairly short game. Nothing on Monday because I still have to wake up early on Tuesday. Tuesday will be Fairy Tail. Wednesday we'll probably have a doubleheader. KY will play Final Fantasy, and I think we'll play some COD once KY is done. Or something, it's going to be something chill that we can all just sit back and... Wednesday, for a lot of you, this isn't going to matter, but I still carry it because I'm an old degenerate. Wednesday is the, used to be at least, the biggest drinking night of the year because most everybody had off for Thanksgiving morning. Now, obviously, it's not as true anymore for retailers, but yeah. So I still kind of carry that tradition. So it's gonna be a nice chill night where I do some drinking. Thanksgiving night, me and Nin are gonna do some speedrun racing. Our first race night in a while, and I'm excited for that. Friday will be Jackbox with members. It won't just be a members only chat, but the members are gonna be the ones that play. And then I'm thinking of doing a Final Fantasy VII speedrun on Saturday. Thinking about doing that. Not 100% sure though. And then we're going to play Apollo Justice next. That's going to be made official soon. And we're going to start on December 4th. 1 year the day that I started my Ace Attorney. Play. Which Jackbox? We play... I have both 3 and 5, so we'll probably go through both of those. And maybe the new one. Maybe I'll get the new one for that night. Because there's a 7 came out recently, right? We don't need a dead streamer. Fair enough. All right, later, Anthony. Which one is it, Trep? We'll use that for the second tier list. And then I get to... And then I get to avoid any spoilers on, like, character designs for 3. Did you send it to me on Discord? Or did you try to... If you post it on YouTube, I don't think it'll work. Do you want to just send it to me on Discord? Been up since 4. Ooh, that's a long day. All right, well, yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. So... I was really sure about 1, how I was going to rank the characters. I'm much less sure about this game. Because I think overall it had better characters. And some of them really changed my mind towards the end. This is not hero level, by the way. This will just represent the worst tier, but it's not hero tier. There's no character worse than hero. We don't even really know anything about him other than he's an imposter. He really has no personality except for the person that he was. He didn't even have a name. You are correct, Sarah. Thank you. That is important. Otherwise, I will be dishonoring myself. They're just... He's whoever he impersonates. And that in and of itself is a shitty personality. They have no personality of their own, and thus making it garbage. Again, this is not Byakuya. We're not talking about Byakuya here. We're talking about the ultimate imposter. Byakuya is a great character. This character is not. Uh, I wanted to make this another bell curve, but I might have to make another inclusion for F, because Hiyoko is just... Hiyoko does what she's supposed to do very effectively, but good lord is that personality annoying. And just, oop, didn't mean to do that, generally awful. But at least she has a personality. Now we'll see. I might bump her up to bottom D if I can get a perfect bell curve. Otherwise, we're going to leave her in F. Kyoko is bratty, annoying, condescending, seems to have some sort of superiority complex for some reason. We know she was a bully before all this stuff happened because of that video game. She's just awful in general. She has a few moments where you have slight, ever so slight sympathy for her because you can tell she's just trying to be somebody that she's not. Like with the kimono thing, she starts getting a little better once her and Mahiru start getting along, but then she immediately goes, every time she moves a little bit further, then she insults the shit out of Mikan because she's insecure about herself. I mean, don't get me wrong, Byakuya's an asshole, but I think he's a really good asshole. Not like good as in moral, but like, man. Byakuya the imposter is distinct in that he or she has no personality. I'm assuming it's a he. Well, no, they just said it's the ultimate imposter. It could be a girl. If the I would think the ultimate imposter could pull off either. So it's distinct, but I don't think it's good. Because if I was just giving him Byakuya's personality, it'd be up here, right? Instead of down here. Akane is sexiest girl, but also doesn't have the greatest personality. It's kind of flat. She is very funny at times, and I think she plays her role well, but it's not the most dynamic character. Boy, can she be incredibly stupid at times. I'm gonna put her in B for now. She's probably gonna end up low B. I like Chiaki's personality, because she kind of reminds me of me when I was younger, just sleepy gamer. Still kind of how I am. How she's like sacrificing herself at the end. She is a traitor in the traitors in both of the games are actually very interesting in that they both still come out looking like good people. Sakura and Chiaki. Helpful, concern, you know, I don't know, and she also has her angry side. I liked Chiaki's personality. She might end up being high B. See, this is kind of why I kind of want to go bottom to top, because then I won't have to move people around. Oh, right. I guess that's a good point. I was actually more under the impression that that's how Byakuya would be now, which you kind of get from from real Byakuya showing up. Like, that was part of his character transformation. But it's also very good that the imposter would incorporate his character transformation. Yeah, I'm gonna do the 1 and 2 after this. See, I thought Aoi was more dynamic than Akane, but Akane is funnier than Aoi. Yes, 100%. I'll let you know when we get to the 1 and 2 list, Lugia. Teru Teru sucks. I hate pervert characters in anime. For example, Haposai is like the one really black mark on the Ranma 1/2 anime and manga. He's just, every time I see him on screen, I want to vomit. It's not funny. It's just gross. Now, his descent back into his like Louisiana Creole personality at the end is what bumps him up from F, because that was pretty amusing. Other than that, he was flat. Might have a funny line here and there, but I despise those personalities. This might be kind of controversial, but I didn't care about Nekomaru. It's not that he was his whole thing is, I got a shit. He's a motivator, and that's good, but I don't think he really ever added anything for me other than that. And that was like, I don't know. It's really interesting. I can't put my finger on exactly why I don't care for him, but I just didn't. He wasn't interesting at all to me. He was a very noble person, for sure, but I don't know. Hey, Jane Coulter. And I might bump him up to C. If I put Hyoko up to D, then I'm probably bumping Nekomaru up to C. I just didn't. It's not even that I actively disliked him, where every time he's on the screen, I'm like, oh god, fucking Nekomaru. In the end, I just didn't care about him at all. Just like, For me, despite everything that happened to him, I guarantee you in a year, when I look back and think about this game, he's gonna be one of the last characters that I, like, remember. Okay. Now it's gonna start getting kind of tough. Because I think you could put, depending on your viewpoint, I think you could put any of these characters in B or higher. But I have to put some in C, just so that there's a distribution. Kazuichi was fine. He wasn't ever as funny as he thought he was. He was more annoying often than he thinks he is. But I think that character served a good purpose in the dynamic of the group. I don't really care for his design. He gets kind of repetitive at times. The Sonya stuff can be kind of funny, but at his expense. If he would have died, I wouldn't have lost any sleep over that. But ultimately, he was okay. Kazuichi is a much better done version of Hiro, whereas they have kind of similar personalities. Not exactly. Kazuichi is more of a mix of Hiro and Leon, which Leon and Hiro put together is actually not a bad character. And you actually give him more time. The thing is, though, is that he's probably only a C because he survived and he had so much time to, like, flesh out his character. Even though I think he really has the least amount of development out of all the characters. I think he's pretty much the same at the beginning as he is at the end. You are very intense like Mondo, though. I will say that. That's not a bad thing. That's one of Mondo's good characteristics, right? Oh, Beth had to leave. Good night, Beth. Retroactively, in case you come back and watch the rest of this later. Designated best friend. Yosuke actually had some character development though, because he had an issue that like he had at the beginning that he started to overcome. That's like the whole thing about Persona, right? Is we all have a change. In fact, the game tells you exactly when it happens. It can be kind of a problem at times, but because it's like not a cop out, but okay, that's obvious. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, and Kazuichi did serve that role because he was kind of the one that was always around you. This one's gonna hurt because I want to put her higher. Because I love her design. I actually really like her character, but she is also somebody who is a very one-track mind. It's Fuyuhiko this, Fuyuhiko that. She was who she was until the very end. Nothing changed about her. I liked her character a lot more than Kazuichi in terms of she was a lot more interesting. Her whole tries to pull herself off as the serial killer was ingenious on her part. But she didn't... I'm not even sure you say she could change. She changed at the very end. She still saw herself at the end as just Fuyuhiko's bodyguard, even though he wanted her to see him as more than that. You love Yosuke? He's okay. I like Junpei more than Yosuke as the best friend. Probably like Junpei more than Ryuji too. It kind of hurts to put her down here because I do. All right, this is kind of a cop out, but there. Now I feel a little better. I feel a little better now. There we go. Because of Peiko, Nekomaru gets the bump up. Okay. Gundam was amusing. It was funny to see him on screen. His whole excess personality, but like secret insecurities, were endearing. The problem with Gundam is I don't think he changed either. Like these characters, none of them had a character change to them. They were always who they were throughout the entirety of the game. That's probably the most disappointing part of 2 compared to 1. I'd have to look back at it, but I think 1 had more development in their characters than 2 did. Maybe that's not true. I'd have to go back and look at it again. But these characters were the same throughout the entire game. But I will say that the fact that these 3 can be in B despite that means that their initial character had some very compelling traits, interesting traits to them. Because normally those characters for me would be in C. Because like you're good, but also you're bad because you didn't develop at all. X-Blot is 100% Gundam Tanaka. Peiko is S or A. I like Peiko a lot. I'm just not sure I can justify putting her above the others. I really liked her character, which is why I could not bring myself to keep her in C. And Nekomaru got the bump then. You like this. Nah. Yoko's F. Nah. I'm gonna put her in D just because she served an actual purpose. They all served a purpose, though. F isn't hero rank. It's just they sucked. Ah, no. Oh, no, definitely not. She did serve a purpose, though. Even though I don't like her at all. She was a great instigator. And played the bully well. Mahiru was a good character, but she dies kind of early. But she does have a change to her character despite that. I like that she was kind of the next in line to be the leader. Like, she stepped up. Fake Byakuya died, Mahiru stepped up. Before she died, then. But that was, I think that said something about her. I enjoyed when she was on screen. Her little personality quirks were endearing. And she brought very good energy in her character. The reason she's not A is because she simply wasn't around enough to, like, push those positive traits as much as she could have. And she didn't make as big of an impact in a short period of time as, say, Chihiro did. I mean, Jake's got to be Nagito, right? Because no, he can't be. He can't be Nagito. Who's he? Jake has to be Junko, right? Because he's the he hates Hope so much. Sarah's probably Ibuki. I think that's good. I could actually see Sarah being Sonya too. We'll get to that. Okay. Let's bring Chiaki back down here. This is tough. So I would have probably had Mikan here somewhere until the very end. Once her personality change in the trial bumps her up an entire tier, because she got a lot more interesting when that happened. I liked her character from the beginning, like she played it well. The trial really elevated her a little bit then, once you realized just how batshit insane she was. And that made her a lot more interesting. She plays her I'm helpless role very well. Timid, but also trying to be helpful. And then when she goes off the deep end, it's just kind of hilarious. Like, it's like, oh my. What is happening there? So she's one of, I'd say, 3-4 characters that really started off low and then made pushes towards the top. You know what I'm going to do? So this is the end result, but I'm going to show you what my tier list was at the beginning of the game, because I can basically remember what it was. Because it'll show you what a big difference the game did with half of the characters in terms of their character growth, and how some people who didn't progress as much as I'd like them to have dropped. Yeah. Mahiru is like... To be quite honest, Mahiru reminds me the most of my wife. And that's why I really like her personality, despite her not having a ton of screen time. Although, my wife would be Mahiru if she was Mikan as ultimate nurse. Because she is the ultimate nurse. I should tell her that. Okay. Alright, yeah, Chiaki will go here. I think she had a little more dynamicism than Mikan did throughout the entirety of the game, which is why I have her higher. Whereas Mikan's kind of the same until the end. Even though she does it very well, she's kind of the same until the end. Chiaki always seems to be Chiaki, and she was always kind of an interesting character from the very beginning in terms of, like, what is she thinking? She's kind of like... Her emotions range very well. Like, yeah. Ultimate gamer, gotta respect that. The fact that you could get so attached to her character despite her being a program is pretty damn interesting. I liked her design. Her hoodie was cute. She was just kind of very pleasant in presentation in general. I found her to be. Mikan is D. Man, I don't see how you can see what happened with Mikan in the end and think she's a D. Because even if you didn't like Mikan, at the very end, her character flip is amazing. I did not see that coming. Sonya really grew on me as the game went on. She's very funny. She kind of takes up the mantle of being the leader after Mahiru goes away. But she's also very caring. She's all about the greater good. Despite the fact that she comes from royalty, essentially. She's very, like, I just want to hang out with you guys because you guys are my friends. And that's always tremendously respectable because it is so easy if you come from a background like that to just kind of fall into I'm better than everybody. But that wasn't her at all. Byakuya was like that, right? For like the first 75% of 1. That's how Sonya could have been, but she wasn't. And she got fucking hilarious when she got more of a focus on her. Her like little quirks about being she was almost like an otaku. She's kind of like an otaku in the way she had like these obsessions with these like different cultural phenomena. So yeah, Sonya was a really good character by the end. Started off very low for me, but she really made her impression in the second half of the game. So Fuyuhiko was another character that I had low tier initially. I like gangster characters a lot, but he just came off as kind of a Napoleon. Like, oh yeah, little man upset that he little sort of thing. But I think the game wanted you to think that way. That was purposefully done because chapter 2, what happens to him and the way his character changed, super interesting. Fucking interesting. I love his character in the last 75% of the game. Where he still has his edge, but he's also just not a straight up asshole anymore. And that makes him a very valuable member of the group. He was just kind of fun to be in general when I was like doing his voices and stuff, which is kind of important. Sonya was the same way. I like his character design. Because I like the gangster, like the formal gangster look. It's really cool to me. I wish he had his hat more often that he has in the beginning, but he doesn't, which is whatever. But then the eye patch is really cool afterwards. Him, like, going hardcore, I'm going to repent by stabbing myself. Wait, I have a question for you guys. I'm actually not sure about this. Did he mean to kill himself, or did he know that he would probably have received medical attention? Because that's a really interesting question. Because if he tried to kill himself, then it's very like Sakura, where you are held back because I don't agree with making that decision, even though it was for a noble reason. So it's like a good and bad sort of thing. Because some people would see what he did and just go, wow, that was awesome that he was willing to say, I will punish myself for being such an asshole. But I kind of see it as both good and bad. Because it almost seemed like, because his whole thing was, I'm living for Peiko now, right? So that tells me that he didn't want to die. So my impression is that he didn't mean to kill himself. He just meant to inflict a great deal of pain upon himself and then just assuming that he was going to be taken care of. But in that situation, that also seems like quite the high hope. Because there's no indication that he was going to receive the best medical care. Well, right, it was a form of apology, but did he actually mean to kill himself, or... So, based on what Treff said, it was an actual attempt at suicide, which is shitty, not just because, as somebody who has dealt with the complexities of suicidal thoughts before and why it's selfish and cowardly and stuff like that, it also kind of slaps Peiko in the face, because why would Peiko do what she did only for you to kill yourself? That's kind of fucked up. But at the same time, the rest of his character easily, like, overshadows that flaw. But even if he didn't deserve it, she made sure he didn't die. Like, you have to. I'm of the opinion, like, if somebody sacrificed themselves for me, I'm like, I gotta live the rest of my life to the fullest for them, because somebody thought so much of me that they sacrificed their life so that I was still alive. You have to be able to properly appreciate that. You can't make a larger sacrifice. I don't want her in B, but my own principles commit her to B. Yeah, you could argue that it was simply a reflex, like a reaction, right? Like his emotional reaction to what happened. Any other thing you have to keep in mind too is these are all kids. Well, they're adults. They're adults, right? They're all 18. It's similar to the first game. They're actually all 18. But still, he's maturity-wise, he's still a kid. So it's not unreasonable to not, consider those things right away. Seppuku. Ritualistic seppuku. Seppuko. I think that's how it is. Oh, it is 2 P's. But yeah, it's UKU. Just 2 P's is interesting because the Japanese alphabet doesn't actually allow for a single P without a vowel as a part of the syllable, but there are certain ways you can write things to kind of drop sounds. Well, and it makes sense though, right? Because they actually had their those years removed, right? So it makes sense. Well, remember, Hiyoko was actually older. She looked like an adult. So what must have happened like with Hiyoko was that she had a huge growth spurt in high school. But by the time they reverted her to where she was still kind of like a kid. So just remember that. What we saw were just projections. That's not how they were actually, how they looked like at the time of their graduation. Yo, what's up, Justin and everybody? Coming in on a just-in-time official raid. What is up, my dude? What were you playing today? Or I should say, what games were you playing today? Just-in-time, or is it just Justin? Yeah, it's Justin. For those that don't know Just in Time, make sure to go follow him on Twitch. He's a variety streamer. And like I always say, when I mean variety, I mean variety. When you go watch his long streams, you're going to get more than one game, which is really impressive because there aren't many people that do that. It's really cool because it keeps you interested, right? I'm doing well, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Much appreciated. Welcome. It's a welcome end to the week. This week was exhausting, and I'm just sitting back enjoying a Coke Zero, sugar, and Captain. But yeah, there's his link. Make sure to go give him a follow. Show him some love for throwing the raid our way. I would really appreciate it, and so would he. Oh yeah, because it is an important part of the evening, so I thought I'd just answer that right off the bat. Good night, Majin Cello. Thank you for joining in on the raid. Thank you to everybody else that came in on Justin's raid. Unfortunately, my alert was buried under the window because this is a new scene, but rest assured there was an alert. So this is a tier list stream. We're just going through a few of the games that I've been playing a lot recently. We did a Genshin Impact tier list, a couple different ones, including Best Thighs, which I wasn't planning on doing that one, but it was there. So I was like, you might as well, right? And now we're doing the second Danganronpa game, and then after this, we're gonna go through all the characters of 1 and 2. I mean, have you seen Akane after everything she eats and she still looks like that? So yeah, thank you again all for coming in on Justin's raid, and thank you, Justin, for the raid. But yeah, what were you playing tonight? Gundam's the youngest? Oh, did they provide years in their birthdays? I didn't know that. Interesting. But yeah, so the whole thing with Hiyoko is she must have had a gigantic growth spurt, right? Whereas the people in the first game only lost the 1 year. Hollow Knight? Party Pack 7. Okay, so 2 questions. 1, how do you like Hollow Knight? Is this your first playthrough of it? I guess it's 3 questions. Because I've had it for a while. Now I have it on the PS4 and Steam. I bought it for Steam a while ago on sale. Because it always looked like a really fun game. And how do you like Party Pack 7 versus the rest of them because I plan on playing Jackbox next Friday, and I'm wondering if I should invest in Party Pack 7 right away to add to 3 and 5. I also have a metabolism like Akane. I was able to eat whatever I wanted around that age and lose weight. But part of that is I'm so tall. I was 6'4", 176 for most of high school. That's thin. That's really thin. The only reason I gained 60 pounds is because when I got to college in my sophomore year, I was really depressed and I just didn't do anything except eat McDonald's. I didn't go to class. I just ate McDonald's and drank their shakes every day for 3 months. And boy, will that gain you some weight. If you need to put weight on you, McDonald's shakes will oblige. 100%. Whew. Yeah, you can answer that, Trep. I'm curious. You got a new bed? Oh, do you ever make it into a couch? Like a lot got the easy ending before, and now I'm revisiting for a different ending. Party Pack 7 is cool. Personally, I think 3 or 4 have some of the best games for streaming. Yeah, I could just get a different one too if they're on sale, because I know they were on sale for a while, just to add some variety. We've played 3 and 5, but those are the only 2 that I have. But it's good to know that 7's good, if nothing else. Probably still worth the money. I'm 6'4", sir. Yeah, because, like, you see the picture, right? You know she's older. Like, she grew. So that was the first indication. Well, there might have been an indication before that, but that was, like, the first concrete indication that the people that you see might not actually be the accurate representation of those people. Oh, I see. You haven't used it yet. Gotcha. Have fun with that. That sounds good. You'll be able to kind of manipulate your room as you see fit then. 5'11". All my family's... My mom is 5'7", which is... What, average height for a woman? Slightly above average? Something like that. And my dad is 5'10", which is only slightly above average for the American male. And I'm 6'4". And my sister's 5'5". So... My family, my dad thinks he has a great uncle or something that might have been, like, tall. But other than that, it's a genetic mystery why I'm so tall. When I have kids, they're probably not going to be super tall. Although my wife's 5'7" too, so it's not like she's short. We probably won't have short children. But it'd be surprising if they got as tall as I did. Jake's 5. Oh, yeah, Makoto was shorter, right? On the shorter side. 5'11", 5'5". 5'11". Stream high tier. Nice. I guess I'm S class. There's somebody that's taller than me. Forget who it was. I know Rare is tall. Rare, aren't you like 6? Aren't you my height, Rare? I don't know if Rare's still here. Okay. All right, let's get back to this. So yeah, those are my thoughts on Fuyuhiko. I'm actually going to put Hajime here. Hajime is another character that started off very to me. He wasn't as interesting as Makoto, and he kind of came off as, I won't say abrasive, but very cold earlier, and just in a way that didn't make him very endearing. But he gets better over time, and then the final reveal is very interesting. Very interesting. That bumped him up from like mid B to high A for me. That is interesting character background. Like, holy shit. The general mystery behind him before that was cool too. He's not as good as Makoto was overall, though. Mostly because I felt more of a connection with Makoto's personality than his. Again, though, Hajime really got better towards the end. Just shot up the list. A very interesting protagonist. One thing I will say about Hajime over Makoto is that I feel like the game gave Hajime more of his own personality than Makoto, whereas Makoto was allowed more opportunity to be what you wanted him to be. In terms of like his reaction and dialogue choices and stuff like that. He is a cynical main character, and that is rare. And that is good. It's good. I didn't appreciate it initially, but I really did at the end. Wig Hajime. Yo, what's up, Max? How tall are you? You're pretty tall, aren't you? You're a lanky dude like I was. AYOY. Did you think I'd have him lower than B? Let me meet the first character that's taller than me. Good. He has a lot to live up to. I'm so fucking funny. I'm kidding. I assumed the long hair was real, but yeah. So another stellar main character in the entry of this series, which is very impressive. Max, answer my goddamn question. I know you haven't left yet. How tall are you? Yeah, you better say you're in college, dude. You're not asleep yet. You're partying right now. You're probably like in a party like, I'm gonna check and see what Twain's doing. Yeah! Because that's what I would have done if I was on YouTube at that time. It was 2005, 2006 when I was partying so hard that I had to leave that school. So that was MySpace and early Facebook, where I'm like, oh, let me check this. I'm gonna check my friend's wall out. What is he doing right now? What a funny guy. I'm gonna tell him what a funny guy he is. Because there was no like at the time. There was no like button. Oh, I thought you were taller than that. You look taller than that. Are you playing? Wait, are you playing offline, or are you playing with the one emulation system that makes it seem like it's offline? Yeah, that's a drunk thing to do. Respect. All right, well, good luck. Kick your friend's ass with the jokester. Ibuki is just... She's so good. She's such a good character. Every time she was on screen, I was pleased with what happened. She had her very endearing personality quirks. Despite her being over the top, I did not find her to be annoying at all. When she got serious, it was kind of emotional because of, you can tell what she was underneath that facade that she played. And she was just lovable. She was all about energy and let's have a good time, but also not in a fake way. She just did her thing, and it just happened to do that, you know? I'm very glad that I maxed her out, because I thought her character relationship with Hajime made her, like, it was a very interesting character path. Like, you found out how thoughtful of a person she... Because if you could say anything negative about her, it would be that she seems very self-consumed at times. But her relationship with Hajime showed that she actually does think very much of the people around her and wants them to feel better about themselves. So that part of the benefit, that was part of the benefit of maxing her out, is that we got to see that. And that was, I thought, a very important character development for her. He's the best character. He's the best fucking character. He was great in every single role he played. He was annoying, yes, but it's because he was supposed to be. He was annoying as wanting to be the ultimate. He was annoying as like the dude who had basically was like, I'm sacrificing myself to find the traitor. He was even annoying as one of the remnants of despair, but all for good reasons. I loved his character. His big brain play was insane. Insane. That was some crazy shit. He played the role of antagonist, even when trying to be a good person, very well. But then also was helpful at times. So he's not a pure antagonist, but he's also not an anti-hero. Because he's not a hero. He's still like a more towards villain than hero. Panic air dodge. Dude, stop panic air dodging. Dude, it's because you've been drinking. Don't worry about it. When you're not drunk, you won't panic air dodge. Don't be Twain, man. Where Twain air dodges into death. Who is your coach? Is that Frost? I guess you talk about a lot of people on Twitter these days, so I'm not sure like what their general standing is in your life other than friend. No, I liked the presentation of Gundam a lot. He just didn't grow to me. That's why he's not higher. But I thought he was very amusing. Anti-villain? I didn't even know that was a thing. But yeah, that makes sense. Oh, Riley. Her name's Riley? You have not told me about this Riley person. Oh, I see. Even if she doesn't take it seriously, she probably still has a lot to fucking teach you, right? Hi, Riley. I'm Twain. Nice to meet you. Best Fox. Man, when you can say I don't even take the game seriously anymore and still be the best Fox in Zero Suit Samus, that's pretty fucking sick. Well, I can see why Nagito would be a character that I don't see how you would find him to be a middling character. I feel like you either have to really appreciate what he brings or you just can't stand it. But I thought he was very well done by the game. Very well done. So he is best character. There aren't many people that can fool me to that degree, and he dunked all over me. Like, alley-oop, windmill, nuts in my face as he dunks. That's what happened to me from Nagito's scheme. I had to taste dude's nuts in my mouth because she just destroyed me. Absolutely destroyed me. Sometimes you just be like, yeah, I got dunked on. FGO. He's not the ultimate hope, though. See, one thing that you guys are probably... Hajime won the fight before it even began. Well, yeah, because their conversation on the boat kind of showed that, right? Even though they didn't remember that, Hajime always had a bit of an edge over Nagito. And he brought that death upon himself, which is even more ridiculous. No, I mean, what's FGO stand for? I don't know the acronym. Or it also could be because I've been drinking and just don't remember. Oh, Fate Grand Order. Oh, yes! I had no idea. That's what Edmund was supposed to be. That makes a lot of sense now. Ooh. I had no idea there was any connection between Fate and Danganronpa. Very interesting. Okay, all right, so let's do 1 and 2 now. And if you want me to associate you with a Danganronpa character, I will do so. Trep, I think, sent me the link to... Yep. There we go. Oh, God, that picture is so off-putting. That picture of Sonya. Oh, why? Why is that a thing? Perfect. Okay, I actually like this. Let's just change the colors. Orange is the worst. I'm not going to make a best character because I'm not sure if I can decide between Makoto and Nagito. So we'll just make it like this. Oh, there is one thing that we have to do, right? This actually needs to be orange. What kind of diabolical hater would I be? He deserves his own tier, which, when you think about it, is actually pretty impressive that a character could be that bad. That bad. Smash tier list? Well, see, what do you want in terms of like characters I like, or just who I think is the toughest to play against, or who do I think is the who I think are the objectively best characters? Are you interested in Danganronpa, Riley? Because if so, you should probably mute me for a little while until I get to Smash, just so nothing is spoiled for you. The difference between Akechi and Nagito is I can't stand Akechi's character design. But yes, they're similar. Although, no, yeah. The difference is that Akechi, whether or not he knows it, is actively working against everyone else for the entire time, whereas Nagito is working against a concept as opposed to the people themselves. But yes, basically, I'd say that's a good analogy. You want to see who do I think is objectively the best? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can do that, Nick. Nagito's also more big brain than Akechi, yes. All right, so Hero's the worst. Hero's the fucking worst. You know what? I'm just gonna bring my. My dog says hi. Help me. She'll probably jump on me later. Yo, what's up, Adrian? What you're listening to right now is the only redeeming quality of Final Fantasy 13. I mean, don't get me wrong, JB. I really love the characters, but I understand why somebody would dislike that character type. They're supposed to be... Think about it this way. You're not supposed to like their character. In terms of, like... You're not supposed to see their character and think, oh man, like, perfect. Alright, you guys are probably thinking, wow, Twain's a fucking alcoholic. But to be fair, this one bottle has lasted me all through quarantine. You're not supposed to like those characters in terms of like, oh, I want to hang out with that character. You know what? No, the characters are fucking jerks. But you have to consider, like, think about it from a more objective standpoint. If the character made you feel that strongly about them, in 99% of the circumstances, then they played their role very well. The 1% of that circumstance is Hero, in which I am mad because he is fucking worthless. He adds nothing unless his role was to be worthless, which I don't think it was. I meant to say Final Fantasy 13. If I said 15, my bad. That 15 was actually a good game. 13 was not. But yes, there is a Final Fantasy 15. Is there a person who can match your hatred? Not even the Phoenix Wright judge would match my hatred for Hero. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna try to do bottom to top again because I think that's the only way I'm gonna be able to successfully do this. So Leon's biggest issue, again, is that you just don't get enough of him, and his character doesn't make as big of an impact. He's like half of Kazuichi, and that's it. And then he dies. But I like his character design. That's why he's not the worst. He serves a purpose as the first murderer, and his character design is kind of cool. So that's why he's still significantly better than Hiro. There's actually a big difference between these two. Oh wait, actually, sorry. Still putting imposter Byakuya here because I'm personally not attributing Byakuya's character change to the imposter. I think that's what Byakuya was meant to do, the actual Byakuya, so I still think it's just a reflection of Byakuya, the character himself. And so the character has no personality. He does the role that he's supposed to do, but the character himself or herself is nothing. Just nothing. And that is not a character. Because you're just parroting any of the other characters on this list. Leon and Sayaka is a pretty terrible fucking ship. You know the ship that I want, though. The weird ship that I want is Makoto and Junko. Sayaka was killed for Hiro, and that just infuriates me all the more because in her short period of time, I actually think Sayaka's very effective at her role. Okay. All right. So Lugia, you remind me most of... I kind of want to say Hajime before pre-reveal Hajime. Because I feel like you're cynical like he is, but also know when to have fun. And Hajime was pretty... He wasn't sure of who he was because, like, as a person, because he didn't have memories as a person, but he knew what he wanted. And I feel like you're very much like that. Like, you know what you like, you know what you want. Trip. I can see the Makoto for Trep. Because Trep's thing is Trep likes to be very positive. And just seems to... is all about, like, enjoyment. While also being very intelligent. Like... in the similar way that Makoto would present his intelligence. Well, you're Mondo, Adrian, aren't you? You're either Mondo or Ibuki. You're Mondo? No, I don't think you're Mondo, JV. I could see the Fuyuhiko comparisons. From your own words, you believe you project a tough guy attitude, but underneath you're a softer and caring person. Lawyer psychoanalyzing his chat the stream. To be fair, I wanted to be a psychoanalyst before I was ever a lawyer, so this is just fun analytics for me. I don't think Lugia is cold. I think it's more cynical. Which isn't a bad thing, because I'm cynical. Like, who do you guys think I am? Feel free. I'm sure you guys are going to be right. Why'd they choose Sayaka instead of Hiro? From what they said, they just got bored with Sayaka's character because her and Leon were the first two characters that they created. I didn't say you were Mondo, because you're not. Mondo's a shithead. You wouldn't have killed Chihiro like he did. I don't think JB is as self-righteous as Ishimaru is. I think that's a huge difference. You gotta have to be self-righteous to be... Byakuya. Ow. Fucking ow. God damn, dude. Went for the jugular there. I just don't understand why anybody would ship Kyoko and Sayaka. Because it's interesting when the love triangle is created and instead of the two, like one of the two focused on the point of the triangle getting together, instead the two bottom points get together instead. Just like, whoa, wait, what happened? Like, fuck Makoto. Kyoko? I'd take Kyoko. Kyoko's a badass. Very, comes off as cold and analytical, but also very caring and articulate. Trying to do the right thing. Oh, so Byakuya, after he sheds his asshole persona, that, I mean, that's flattering, because that's Byakuya, who's not an asshole, is a very useful member of any society or friend group or whatever, because he's just somebody you'd love to have around, right? I'm Sakura because of the muscle and tough girl attitude. Okay, so first of all, I'm not a ripped individual. I am just a bigger individual. Like, there's a difference between what's considered ripped and fit and what people call swole. And by swole, they mean you're just swollen. You don't necessarily, like, you just look like a bigger dude. And that's what I am, because it's not just muscle, it's also kind of fat. And also, do I have a tough girl attitude? That's the first time I've ever heard that. If Celeste turned out to be a good character, I think I'd be best compared to Celeste. But she sucked in the end. Hey, speaking of which, goddamn, she's just. I had so much hope for her, and she just was. Oh god, it's hard to convey just how disappointing Celeste was as a character. As a gambler, I thought she was gonna do something spectacular. Instead, it was formulaic and boring and very obvious. Not very obvious, but pretty obvious relative to the rest of the murders. Like, this is probably Celeste, right? She keeps being like, oh no, it was me this time again. Oh, I simped the fucking fat manga nerd. Fanfiction, sorry. Be more interesting. And like I said, I like gothic look, but I'm not a huge fan of gothic Lolita look, and I hated her drills. Her drill hair. Not a fan at all. Hiyoko, on the other hand, at least played her role very well, even though that role is to be a gigantic dick. So at least I give her credit over Celeste in that regard. My expectations for Hiyoko were met. I did not expect her to kill anybody, but I did expect her to get killed, partially because of her attitude. Do they have Oh, they don't have a difference between Makuro and Junko here, so I guess I'll just have to make sure I say which is which. Yeah, Celeste was wasted potential. Just so disappointing. I was so excited for her character. The one besides Ibuki is actual Junko? How can you tell? Oh, because one has the thing on her head, right? The other has the Monokuma stuff. I didn't actually know that was the difference between the two. Well, thank you, JB. You sacrifice at the shrines of Swolhalla. Art thou a disciple of the Savior? That's funny. Combination of Gundam, Kyoko, and Hajime. I mean, that seems to be a combination of what everybody has said, right? Yeah, I was gonna say, Teru would be like, oh yes, tell me more, yeah. I wish I could sound like Todd Habercorn. Dude's voice is awesome. Okay, so Hiyoko. Again, I just don't like pervy characters. They're super cringe to me. The only thing that keeps him from being like down here is that his switch at the end gave him more personality other than I'm a pervert, which was interesting and amusing. So he gets that at least. He also died really early, so you didn't get much character development. Todd Habercorn's performance was very good, but I can't stand characters like that. Mondo at least played his role well, and I don't dislike his type of tough guy character as much as those perv characters, but they're also not interesting to me. He's very cliche. He's a very weak individual. He's a very pitiful individual. Him killing Chihiro was just the most beta move a guy could do. His design was garbage. I hate this hair. I hate looking at it. I just hate looking at his head. It looks terrible. Like, I like the JoJo like suit or whatever. I like the JoJo aspects of his personality, but everything else could go eat a dick. He was so fucking, I'm gonna kick your ass if you don't, like, fuck you, dude. Come on. Develop a little bit. He developed not at all. I was not upset when he died. Mondo's death was the most satisfying of everyone's death from execution in the game. When he died, I'm like, oh, thank you. Fuck him. Ugh. You mean like your hair? Yeah. Oh, good. I actually think the first two Danganronpa games had very good voice acting. So if you're just bringing back some of the, performers from there, then it's probably also going to be very good. What are your thoughts on Master Roshi? Master Roshi is fine in Z. I hated him in the original Dragon Ball. In fact, Master Roshi is probably the thing I dislike the most about the original Dragon Ball series, and I like Dragon Ball more than Dragon Ball Z. He's awful. He serves his purpose as their mentor, but other than like when he's teaching them what to, how to learn the Kame arts, I can't stand him. I'm just like, dude, go away. You're a fucking old pervy man. You suck. It was predictable that he was going to murder somebody. Okay. Like I said before, Kazuichi's he's okay. He's the same as he is from the beginning. He's not particularly funny, even though I think that's supposed to be his role. Because he's not as pervy as Teru, but he's also pervy. I don't really care for his design. Wearing a wool knit cap in a tropical situation is Colin Farrell level stupid. His ability with mechanics was pretty cool. Like, that's when his character, I think, shined the most. And sometimes this Sonya thing could be funny. Other times it's just repetitive and annoying. Hifumi was another also very predictable character. He had some amusing moments, for sure, that fit his character, which is the big difference between someone like him and Hiro, who had amusing moments, but anybody could have said those lines. Hifumi had amusing moments specific to a character like him. However, the way he ended up, of course, that's how it happened, right? His character design's awful. There's no way a person with legs that thin should be able to walk under that weight. The thing that gets Kazuichi a little higher, though, is he did have more screen time to provide some amount of usefulness. He had his purpose. He just didn't do anything interesting. Yeah, this is my fucking hype gamer mix. I need to put some more Phoenix Wright in here, though. Oh, Kyoko's the same voice actress as Ann? I say Ann, because that's how you pronounce that name. I didn't know that. That is very good. Holy shit. Yeah, she has some range. Good for her. Hey, Possum. He's still at least not bad. He's not a bad character. I am glad that he existed. He provided a role, and I respect that. I just don't think he did anything outside of what a lot of us could have written for him. And that's disappointing. Yeah, Jake, and I rank them as different characters, which is unfortunate because if you put them together, they're a much more interesting character. Maybe that's what I should do this time. Maybe this time I should rank them as a singular entity. Because she'd be higher if she's a single entity versus two distinct entities. Like, it makes sense why they're divided, but I also am not sure it's fair to either character, because it's the same person. The problem is that the imposter was nothing but an imitation of somebody else. That's why he's so low. Or her. They have no personality of their own. And that's lame. Well, it's not lame any more so than it is completely uninteresting. From their personal perspective. If I rank him higher, it's because I'm ranking Byakuya, not him. I mean, we're all entities in some regard. I don't consider Izuru different from Hajime. I think they're the same person. It's all a part of the same person's history. There's no such thing as multiple personality disorder. That's a very common mistake, though. It's called, dissociative personality disorder? Media perpetuates that. That fallacy, though. They're not necessarily dangerous. It depends on if one of the personalities is dangerous. Yeah, I'm not gonna I think I'm just gonna leave Genocide Jill out and have Toko as one person. Theory goes that there's a main personality, the other one splits from the main as another facet. And I think if you're talking about facets, then it's the same person, right? That's like that's more reinforcement of their one person. It's just a facet of that person. Okay, after Hifumi, Wait. Okay, sorry. Nekomaru is below these two. He's actually probably... No, he's here. That's fine. I liked Nekomaru more than I liked Mondo. I just didn't care about Nekomaru's character much, but I didn't dislike him either. I just was like, sure, I guess your thing that exists. These three I'm not going to rank. So I have to be fair here. I like Chihiro's character a lot. Alter Ego is an extremely helpful entity, but Alter Ego has one personality, and that's the way it stays. Even though I very much like Alter Ego, I have to be fair in evaluating all these characters, and Alter Ego's not dynamic. It serves its purpose as it was written. To prevent Makoto from dying and be an AI, but it didn't really have too much of a personality. So it feels weird to put alter ego in meh, despite the fact that I was alter ego dying was upsetting, but it was more upsetting because it was almost like Chihiro died again, as opposed to alter ego by themselves dying. Well, Usami's not a part of... I mean, this one has Manami and Monokuma. This is just 1 and 2, so it wouldn't have Usami, right? Yeah, I mean, unless you consider them the same. I wouldn't consider them different entities. What would your ultimate talent be? The ultimate brony. Your ultimate rap battlist. Nekomaru lower than Hifumi. I at least sort of cared about Hifumi. I didn't care about Nekomaru at all. There's a difference between left, middle, and... what do they call it? Center. I don't know. You guys labeled my personalities. And right Twain. What you get most of the time is left Twain. Day streaming is right Twain. Middle Twain shows up every once in a while. It's like a balance between the two. Dissociative identity disorder. That's what it is. Not personality. Identity. Yeah, don't move in the spoiler zone, but I appreciate you saying it the way you did, Possum. God, was there a more boring serial killer movie out there than Zodiac? That movie should have been awesome, and it was just boring. Just fucking boring. All right, Ishimaru is another character who he just had no character development. He played his role well as the enthusiastic hall monitor. It's class rep. That's what he did. He did it well. I liked his character. I was disappointed when he died. I wasn't sad, but I was like, oh, that sucks, sort of thing. But he didn't evolve beyond that. This character wasn't even all that much different. It was just more intense. That's the same thing, but more of the same. I thought Monami played the role that Monami was supposed to play as the foil to Monokuma well enough, but she ultimately didn't really do anything. The best thing about Monami was her theme, quite frankly. And it was funny when she'd get beat up by Monokuma and she'd just be like, she'd get punched and she'd just be like, wow, what a punch. And you're like, why are you reacting that way instead of yelling? But she was fine. She just never blew me away as a character. I actually want to change this. Neutral is not a good name for B tier. Actually, you know what? I'm switching all these to letters because I don't think these words encompass enough of how the characters are represented. Because, the characters aren't meh. They're more just average. And that's to say there's some good things and some bad things. And meh seems to indicate that they're more boring or whatever than anything else. Oh, yeah, no, it's that one we leave the same. Sayaka is low B. Sayaka, I thought, made a very, very strong impression. Despite her very limited screen time. You saw different facets of her personality. And I was infuriated when she died. Not infuriated, devastated is more the word. Devastated when she died. And that's after one chapter. Makoto, to the end of the second game, is still affected by Sayaka's death. Because I think he makes some passing reference to her. Because that's how much she meant to him in that very short period of time that they got to know each other. She's very complex in that she kind of went crazy. She kind of lost her mind, but then like in her plan to get herself out, she hesitated because she realized what she was doing was wrong. And so she didn't go through with it, and that led to her death. So it's actually very impressive to me how much they were able to pack into Sayaka's character in such a short period of time. All right, later, Adrian. Take it easy, dude. Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree with Possum. There was development for Hiyoko. I just hated her when she was on screen. Ugh. God. Just unpleasant. And that's where I draw the line of, like, you're playing the role that you're supposed to play. Once you're unpleasant, then I just don't want you around. Even though she played her role. But I give respect, at least. Some amount of respect for playing the role well. I do agree that the characters were unnecessarily mean to her. Like, I felt for her at times. It always felt like she was deceptive, but it didn't seem like it was insincere insofar as her main goal was to make everybody happy and make sure they were happy with each other. And she was true to that the entire time. The difference is that she was always just kind of the same punching bag. She didn't really change at all. I agree with that, Possum. I think Hiyoko and Ishimaru definitely could have soared a lot higher had they been given more time. Hiyoko, unlike Ishimaru, the problem with Hiyoko is that whenever it seemed like she was stepping forward, she'd then take a step back after saying something dumb to Mikan, but maybe that would have changed eventually, and that could have made her very endearing. Hello, Nato. How's it going? Why is Leon before Celeste? He's not. Celeste is higher than Leon. I think Sonya might have at one point said something like, "We don't have time for this," or something like that, but I don't think she was ever like overtly mean to her. Oh, why is Celeste higher? Because I at least had hope for Celeste. She just ended up being disappointing. Leon just was... He was nothing. He's just his whole role was to be the first guy, or the first murderer, and that was it. I don't find anything else interesting about him other than his character design was kind of cool. The Mikan fan services were actually really funny as like a throw off of what, like, well timed too. Okay, Sayaka. Actually, I'm putting Gundam. No, that's no. I'm not doing that. Putting Peiko here. So, Peiko was another character with a lot of potential and made it, even though her character didn't really change, it made a very strong impression. And you felt sad after she died. And sad in a different way from Sayaka, where you were just pissed off because Sayaka got close to you and you were like, motherfucker. Peiko's death was so like noble and like, wow, salute sort of thing. And the backstory for Peiko was more interesting than Sayaka. Sayaka's backstory wasn't too much of anything of note. Peiko's backstory, I think, puts her over the top of Sayaka. Sorry, are you okay? Oh, there you go. There you go. Say hi to camera. Say hi. Hey, hi to chat. Yeah. You just want all the attention, don't you? Got your attention. Second. That makes a lot more sense. She needed some water. She was dehydrated. Remember, kids, drink your water every day. She didn't even want attention. She just wanted water. Again, Gundam was a very amusing character. Whenever he talked, you kind of wanted to hear what he was saying, even if it ended up being fucking ridiculous. But he also, like Peiko, didn't really change. A strong one-dimensional character, but a one-dimensional character nonetheless. Even when he died, it was like he was kind of the same. But I did enjoy his character, so he's definitely at least beer. I think it's both of what you're saying. One is that we are better at treating mental disabilities or disorders than we were in the past, and also because it's a lot easier to catch people than it used to be. I think both of that contributes to the Leon was dead on arrival. So you saw Leon and you're like, he's out immediately. It makes sense because even in his original presentation, he was like the least interesting. Jeffrey Dahmer remains effective. God, please don't remind me. You know how many famous serial killers Wisconsin has had? At least 3, right? That's embarrassing. Jeffrey Dahmer, specifically from my part of the state. Ugh. Oh, man. One of the more interesting classes that I had, despite me not being interested in the subject matter itself, was criminal law. I had no interest in criminal law except that our professor was one of the attorneys on the Dahmer case, so he gave us a lot of really interesting tidbits of that case, which was really cool. He was on a part of the prosecution side. So again, Mahiru is I like Mahiru a lot. And in fact, out of all the characters, she reminds me most of my wife. Problem is that she, while a very noticeable personality, she didn't exert herself upon Hajime's life as much as Sayaka did. Which is why Sayaka is fairly high despite her extremely limited... Sayaka took more advantage of her per minute screen time than Mahiru did. Because Mahiru lasted a little longer, and it was sad when she died. But she didn't do as much as she could have done. Even though I did enjoy I liked her design, I liked her character. She took up the mantle of Lear once Imposter left, which was a bit of character development for her. And her whole I'm feeling guilty because I figured out what happened after playing the game thing was interesting. The problem is that she just died too early. If she had lasted until say the time Kazuichi had lasted, she'd probably be S tier. But I think her lack of time probably did her more damage than any of the other characters on this list. Because she is a good character, she just got cut short. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna put Makuro here. After jamming out to I'll Face Myself. Persona 4. This is the best. This might be my favorite boss music of any game ever. I just jam to this when I'm working out. Mukuro gets a bit of a bump because of the stories outside of the game, which expands upon her personality more, and I do take that into consideration. I actually like Makuro a lot. What limits her is, what happens in the game. You could have gotten more of her, but you didn't. She had a lot of potential, but instead the game relegated her to just being a body double for Junko. But her backstory is very interesting. I think she is a more caring person than you would expect. Despite being called the ultimate despair, have you guys read the essentially the fan fiction that the author wrote and included in Danganronpa 2? It really adds a lot to the potential of her character. But at the same time, she still died early in the first game, and there isn't much beyond what you saw in the backstory then. The free time events are very, I would say, you see character development within her in the free time events if you're able to max her out, which is intriguing given how little time she's around. But you see her start to question what she's doing. You don't really know why, because you don't realize that she's two different people at this, or she's a different person at this point than what you understand. But despite how the game portrays her later, I don't think that's at all indicative as to what she was like. Probably, Jake. I'd probably agree with that. I'd have to think about it some more, but if I had to list my favorite off the top of my head, I'd also probably go with Lizzie Borden. That game, oh god. Look at that game. Yes, Adamski. As you might know, if I don't remember if you were here for my discussion about 3 versus 4 versus 5. 3 is my favorite. I'll face myself more than Battle for Everyone's Soul. Mahiru probably did have the best qualities with social interaction, and she might also be higher if I actually did more for free time events. Because that does help for... I can only base this off of the free time events that I know. And unfortunately for the characters of 2, they could end up being higher if I knew all their free time events. I know all the free time events for the characters in 1, and that influences my decisions for them. But I don't know them all for 2. Because I looked it all up. Yeah, you should look up the Lizzie Borden story. Oh, no worries. Yeah, I was watching Nin play it a little bit. It looks cool. Okay. Huh. So I still had Akane's the waifu at the end, but like her issue is that despite how long she's been there, she's like Kazuichi, except I liked her character. Kazuichi I didn't care about, but I liked Akane. But she doesn't change much. Even when she like changes, she doesn't actually seem to change that much. Where it's like, maybe I should think about others before I make selfish acts. She still threatens to beat up Monokuma at times. It's like, I thought you learned from that, and she didn't. But she was funny. It was pleasant to be around her. I thought the free time events were very interesting, as you learn more about her and her background. I just would have liked to have seen a little more character development from her. Ultimately, she was just a little too simple. Would still be waifu, though. Do I have a favorite champion? You mean of the four? Of the 4? Is depressing when it comes to fan service. And a lot of it was fan service, but I do think they tried to give her enough depth in her backstory to keep it interesting. If I didn't do any of her free time events, I could see her being much lower. Like maybe high C. Yeah, because remember, I don't know of any besides the 4. Make sure I remember her name correctly, because it's been a while since I've seen her. Mifa. I like Mifa a lot. I thought her relationship with Link is actually really cute. It's kind of like the tragic sort of situation because she's never going to be able to be with him, but she obviously loves him. She also came off to me as the least sure of herself of the 4, yet still stood tall as she could. And I really like those sort of underdog stories. I forget that there's DLC for that game. But they're all endearing in their own ways. I actually think the Goron was probably the worst. I actually liked how cocky the Rito was. I forget his name, but dude was an asshole, but like a really funny asshole. Like whenever he's on screen, you're like, holy shit, that guy's sure of himself. And the Gerudo, Ubura she's pretty sick, right? Okay, so now everyone else is gonna be at least A or higher. So, you know what? I'm actually putting Mikan in high B. She's low A when you're just talking about two characters. But I think when it comes to adding them both together, she becomes high B. Only by a little bit, though. Again, she plays her role well, but she doesn't really have any change until the end, and her end character is very interesting and amusing. Actually, you know what? No, yeah. We're gonna keep her in A. We're gonna keep her in A. Because I still very much enjoyed that character shift. The fan service stuff was actually really funny, and I generally hate fan service stuff, but her stuff was so utterly ridiculous that it was amusing. Her biggest issue is I wish she would have, like, it would have been more interesting if she had stood up to her bullies at all, or, like, tried to overcome her weakness, but the only way she tries to overcome her weakness is by killing two people, Ibuki being one of them, which... And it would have been more interesting if that had happened more on screen. So Byakuya, again, I would have had him in A. Actually, you know what? The only reason Byakuya was B in the original tier list is for the purposes of bell curve. But I don't have to worry about that as much now. Wait. Where the fuck is Aoi? Who made this list? I'm gonna send them hate mail. You kind of had that issue in the first game too, though, Possum, right? Hate mail on the spot. Aoi does not suck. Her character is actually very complex, which is great. You can hate on her for what she did, for sure. But her character, I feel, was very interesting. Just pretend Joel is Aoi? Alright, we'll do that. This is, now we're getting down to it. This is tough. You want to put Chiaki here? No. No. Who the fuck was my low A? It was Mikan. Who's after Mikan? I thought it was one of Sonya or Chiaki. Yeah, how do you put Chapter 3 Taka as a separate character and not add an actual character? Like, what the fuck? I don't remember who I had first. I think I had Sonya here. So Sonya, her big thing is that I didn't like her initially, and I really liked her at the end. Really liked her at the end. They made her very funny. They made her dynamic. She kind of took on the de facto leadership role after Mahiru died. So, and again, very humble and wanting to not be pretentious, despite the fact that she could very easily have been because of her upbringing. So Sonya ended up being a very good character that I expected to suck initially. Chihiro's also a very good character. Love her design. Love the whole gamer aspect of her. Love the whole, like, sleepy person aspect of her, because that's basically me. Like, sleepy but smart and attentive. Like, surprisingly, despite what you would think. I'd say Chihiro, didn't I? I mean, Chiaki. And despite her betrayal, much like Sakura, the betrayal was in earnest in that she wanted everything to, she wanted everyone to become better based on her deception. It wasn't deception and malice. And that I respect. And she had an interesting, like, array of emotions, despite it seeming like she might not. She had very subtle differences that were very interesting. So Aoi is next. Aoi was initially very high on my list. She took a step back after trying to take her taking revenge was actually kind of sick. Like in like a holy shit, wow, impressive sort of way. But the big problem with her plan is she was going to take Makoto and Kyoko with her, and there was absolutely no reason to do that. She should have known that Sakura wouldn't have wanted that. But Aoi was funny. She was endearing. Her free time events were really funny. She actually, I think, has probably the cutest moment with Makoto in the free time events out of all the free time events in the first game. Where she's like, maybe we should, like, pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and then maybe we can learn, you know, a little something from that. And you're like, oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Loved her character design. At the same team, her fierce loyalty with Sakura was admirable. Even though her plan was fucked up. I'll remove it just in case I thought it was already known. I don't know what you said. Max, are you not? Hold on. Max, I need to make you a mod on YouTube. Can I do it from here? There you go. You are now mod. I mean, you're already a mod on Twitch, so that makes sense. You've actually been on YouTube more than Twitch lately, so. Thank Restream, because the fucking, I have to have the text so big so that I can read everything clearly that it actually goes up pretty fast. Well, sure, but I mean, you've actually been more active on YouTube than you have on Discord Now that you're mod on YouTube, might as well. Like, that's more for, like, Tide and Dog. Because they're, like, really rarely here, but they're very active on Discord, right? So, like, it still makes sense, them as mods here, to be mods on Discord. Like, have some power on Discord. A mini spoiler? Oh, it's an anime thing. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lugia. But that's awesome that she was somebody who didn't let that hold her down. That's actually pretty ridiculous. Like, ridiculously good. Because some people who'd have that shit would just let it put them down and, like, give up on life. And it sounds like she didn't, which is awesome. Student council? That's good, Lugia. Sounds like she put up a hell of a fight. Alright, so yeah, Aoi was there. I'm gonna put Toko here. So this is Toko. This is gonna seem confusing in the overall tier list. This is Toko as a whole. And Toko as a whole, including Genocide Jill and Toko herself, is a very interesting character, very dynamic. They were both amusing in their own ways, and they were always very interesting to have on screen. Toko's obsession with Byakuya got repetitive and kind of lame at times, very similar to Kazuichi's, but it wasn't all of her personality. She still had more to offer than that. And Genocide Jill was just fucking hysterical. Just hysterical on screen. Loved her character. Even though she's just the worst. But yeah, I liked the, like, she'd be somewhere, like, here or here had Genocide Jill not be a thing, but that bumps her up at least an entire tier in terms of effectiveness as a character. And I do know she's one of the Ultra Despair. She's one of the mains in Ultra Despair Girls, right? So that'll be fun. Now, the reason I asked that question earlier was anticipation of this. And because we don't have a definitive answer, I'm not sure how to go about this. Well, let's just do it this way. If Fuyuhiko's suicide was intentional, then I think I might have him below Sakura. But if it wasn't intentional, then I have him above Sakura. The main difference is to their intention of the suicide. Or whether or not it was... They're both very good characters. They have a lot of character development. Sakura is just a fucking sweetheart. Fuyuhiko is a dick that's supposed to be a dick. You're supposed to dislike him earlier, and he makes a dramatic character change once his character is saved, and he becomes very integral to the group. And I like his gangster design. I love Sakura's design too. Just a fucking buff sailor girl. Like, hell yeah. Like, she kicks some ass. She's very brave. They're both very brave. The main difference is that for me, again, like I said earlier, I know it's what I said for Sakura. I know suicide's a very sensitive topic for many people, and it makes sense. You're dealing with death, taking one's own life. And that's not to be a trifling subject. But as somebody who has dealt with it personally, I look back at the way I'd done things and I think, you know, that'd been really fucking selfish of me. I need to think of other people as opposed to just myself. And Sakura had I believe Sakura had the misconception of believing that her suicide was going to help, when in fact, I don't think it did. And it shows itself by what Aoi did, because ultimately it's more for you than it is for other people. Though I understand that in Japan it's seen differently. People in Japan might see what Sakura did as the ultimate selfless act, but I don't agree personally from our culture and what I have come to understand emotionally. So while they're both very good characters, if Fuyuhiko's stabbing of himself was not meant to be a straight up suicide, then I'd have him above Sakura for that one difference. Because otherwise they're roughly the same in terms of awesomeness of characters. Both caring. Sakura was a traitor initially only for the sake of her dojo, but even realized I can't just think of myself and the people that I care about. I need to think of everyone. And Fuyuhiko did the same and wanted to live for Peiko and really grew. But it depends on whether or not... I don't think his suicide was meant... or his attack on himself was meant to be a suicide. I could be wrong, but I am interpreting it as not being that. So I'm going to have him above Sakura. Yo, what's up, Easy? How's it going, dude? Long time no see. Agreed, Jake. I feel like it's best that I do this based on how our culture looks at things. Because trying to do it based on how another culture understands things is just flawed because I don't look at it the same way they do. So it would just be suppositions that are not and could not be entirely accurate. Dude, Hero's the fucking worst, Max. More of an honor thing. Yeah. And I think in both situations, it's like, yes, each tiers are ordered, Max. So these are all in order until the very end. Okay, who's next? So Byakuya is actually somebody that moved up. Once essentially what I got was confirmation as to what his character was at the end of 2, and that did bump him up from high B to high A. Because you're not exactly sure what happens at the end of 1. You see the character development, you see the respect that he grows from Makoto, and you see his good characteristics in the second half of the game. But 2 actually to me goes a long way in cementing. Byakuya is a good, caring, heroic individual now. And with his qualities that he has, that makes him so much better. What keeps him from being S is that what he did with Chihiro was fucked up. Fucked up. Just for his own amusement. And you can't just forget that. Because he used to be a self-indulgent, self-important, narcissistic asshole. And he still might be kind of narcissistic, but he has made a dramatic change from what he has earlier. Evaluating some stuff on your end channel-wise, you mean? No, I don't think he's sociopathic. I think he comes off as sociopathic initially, but I think he proves himself to not be sociopathic. So Byakuya is the one between the last stream and this stream now to make the biggest jump. I'm still putting Husbando above Byakuya because Chihiro is... There was no better story of heroism greater to me than Chihiro's in the limited amount of time that Chihiro got. 2 chapters, and when Chihiro died, I was so sad. I like Chihiro's character so much that when it was revealed that Chihiro was actually a dude, I was like, oh, that's interesting. But that was it. I felt almost literally no different about Chihiro than I did before. And that's kind of crazy to think about. Chihiro then created Alter Ego, who then saved Makoto later. So you feel the ghost of Chihiro kind of later, still. And then I think there's there's Alter Ego in the second game, and then passing reference to Chihiro in the second game, which means Chihiro's legacy was much more than just his two chapters that he got available to him. Somebody who considered himself so weak that it was better for him to dress as a girl because people just assumed he was that weak and effeminate than to be his normal self. Thinks, you know what? I'm in such a ridiculous situation. I need to be a better person. I'm going to go to the person that I believe to represent strength, and died because of it. Bravery, heroism, strength, all represented in Chihiro. Is it water time? My cropping is off. Let's see. It's a little high. Here, I need to turn the snapping off. There, now it's more centered. Thank you for the heads up. I wish to do Die with Honor. Yeah. Which I am familiar with. Okay. So again, Hajime's character started off for me and then got way better as time went on. A cynical main character that kind of just came off as a dick initially. Like, not even like a funny dick or an amusing dick, but just kind of a low-key caustic. Not caustic, not that extreme. But just uninteresting dick, which is pretty terrible. But he really grows. Again, your help in developing him as a main character. I think these games do a great job in helping you infuse your personality into the character. Although I do think Hajime had more of his own identity that the game gave him than Makoto. The difference is that I liked what the game gave Makoto more than I liked what the game gave Hajime. But Hajime's backstory puts him, like, shoots him up. He is a very interesting character. And it's more of like, wow, in retrospect, all that shit is crazy to think about, sort of thing, once you find out what his past is like. And that's kind of hard to do. But that's how crazy his past was. Like, that reveals. Yeah, I haven't played V3 yet, so this is just 1 and 2. Although they're missing a character for 1. Pisses me off. Ibuki is ultimately best girl from 2. Even though I had Akane as the waifu for most of the point, towards the end of Ibuki's life, I was like, man, she is really come on. She's hilarious. I never found her to be annoying, although I could see why people would find her personality to be a bunch. I liked it a lot. She comes off as selfish, but if you do her free time events, which probably really help her rankings here, she's really not. She is very thoughtful of everyone else in her life. And she just wants people to have as good of a time with life as she does. And I love her character design. I love that punk design. She also has some of the most memeable aspects to her. And it's like really funny meme stuff. Like not like irritating meme stuff. her death probably hurt the most out of any death that I've had to deal with so far, even more than Chihiro's, because when Chihiro's death happened, I was furious. I was really upset. When Ibuki died, I was just kind of like the anger didn't even come. It was more just like, no, they fucking killed. Like, it was just this quiet despair. Because you saw it happening. I called that out early. I'm like, they're going to kill Ibuki because she's so suggestible. Which was unfortunate because she played that suggestible character also very well. Yo, welcome back, Anthony. Kind of meme is 11037. That's a universal meme that doesn't even apply just to Leon. Because it's Mega Man. We're gonna actually, me and Nin are gonna be racing Thanksgiving evening. Easy if you want to come by and check that out. Ibuki and Paimon would make great friends. No, don't worry. No worries, Anthony. I know you had your stuff to do. Yeah, exactly. So, like, toss it. Not even toss there aside. Toss it like in more. Just no. Why? Why did this happen? Very sad when she died. Okay, S tier. Monokuma is a fantastic villain. I also like that there is a subtle difference between him and 2 versus 1. And it keeps it interesting because he's not the exact same character. Even though it seems like it. Sadistic. Clever. And genuinely terrifying at times. The character of Monokuma was crafted very well and thoughtfully to be the main antagonist of this game. However, he's not really the main antagonist of this game. Junko's another person who went up the list a bit based on her return in 2. Because we actually get more of Junko instead of not real Junko. Junko's one of the most surprisingly effective villains I've ever met in fiction. She is hilarious, but at the same time, she's not one-dimensional. She has complexities to her. Seems like it's just a one-track mind of despair, but because it brings her pleasure. So, like, it's this sad, she's like yin and yang together, or the happy and sad mask as one person. And that's really interesting. Her character design's good. Even though I don't like pigtails, really. I still like her character design because it's kind of a throw off from what you would expect. Although, based on her bust size and her weight, she wouldn't be able to exist in real life without falling over every time she tried to stand up. But anyways, still very interesting characters. All of her different personalities are amusing. And even though I was disappointed that they brought her back in 2, because I was like, I wish they had came up with a new character for the end boss instead they just reused the same one. But in context, it makes a lot of sense. And I was still happy to see her and like go at her in the trial because she's so fun. Oh yeah, absolutely easy. I get you. So Toko, this time, Anthony, we combined the characters instead of having them separate, and that's what put her in here. The jacked up Monokuma is fucking hysterical. Twain me? It's been 84 years. We did a just 2 tier list. Like it was just the 2 characters. I mean, that's partly it, right? I would prefer they just bring her back as opposed to making somebody shitty. I do have faith that they could make somebody better, though, because they made her. So I guess that's why my expectation level is set high. But if you want to use her because you literally could not think of somebody better, then that's fine. That's fine. Leave it as is. Kyoko's S tier for obvious reasons. She was a fantastic representation of her ultimate ability. She changes over time in exactly the right way I expected her to. Predictability can be fine if your predictions are of high expectations, which is what mine were of Kyoko as we first met her. I'm like, I bet I'm not supposed to necessarily like her initially, but she's going to grow on me significantly, which is exactly what happened. I love her design. Her backstory is very interesting. Wasn't expecting the whole my father was the headmaster thing. Her relationship with Makoto's cute. Did I mention her design's fucking awesome? Because her design's fucking awesome. She adds the legitimate badassness to the Triforce of power at the end of 2, because Makoto and Byakuya both add their own, like, all right, we're doing this, we're gonna help people sort of thing. But when fucking Kyoko comes in and is like, you're like, oh shit, Kyoko's here, let's fucking go. So she adds that edge to that group of 3 in their organization at the end. I don't know who to put up top. Makoto is one of the best main character, like player main characters I've ever seen in a game. Probably the best. He has his own personality in that sees himself as an average person who doesn't have much to offer, which a lot of us can empathize with. But the game subtly and slowly reveals to you as the player, as you are making the decisions, that Makoto is actually so much more than that, in a way that's saying, you are also so much more than you think you are. The ultimate hope thing can come off as kind of cheesy, but I think the way the game portrays it isn't super in your face, because he doesn't realize it until the end. And I think that's really cool, in that the game takes a cheesy concept and doesn't rub your face in it. It doesn't actually rub your face into it until later, but for a subversive reason, as we're going to see with the next character, who you guys all know. I think Makoto is a representation of what we can all become better than we believe we are. And that's, in a way, to me, that is not cheesy, and that's very hard to do. I also like his design. He's supposed to be this boring person, but he's not. His character design is interesting to me. A hoodie under a blazer? Are you fucking kidding me? I've never seen that before in my life. It's fucking awesome. I've done it now since that. Alright, later, Sarah. Let's show these dense motherfuckers some logic character, which is what I try to be. So, yeah. But I give the top spot to Nagito because these are razor thin margins. Nagito took the ultimate hope thing and then was subversive with it and had one of the biggest brain plays I've ever seen in fiction. It was crazy. He does exactly what the game developers and story writers intend him to do. His design is interesting. He's both annoying when he needs to be, but also, I wouldn't say inspirational, but like, there are times that you get behind Nagito. And it's weird to get behind somebody who's supposed to be kind of an antagonist, but that's because he's an anti-villain, which is, I think an anti-villain is one of the rarest characters you're ever going to see, and to pull it off then is even more difficult to do because of how rare the character is, because the character in and of itself is difficult to pull off. But this game does it incredibly well. They are not. We're not using these. Oh, they're adding a new map? That's cool. Oh, Giggle was talking about that earlier? No, I didn't know that. So yeah, there it is. We'll see what V3 does to possibly change my mind on any of these characters. We'll make an entire list afterwards. Not just V3, but like time to think about it. Because 2 I just kind of put up on the spot, like on the fly. Whereas 1 I actually had prepared beforehand. So I was more sure about that. Although again, I did change it later. And Alter Despair Girls, yes. We were talking about how Nagito is very similar to Akechi in effectiveness. The difference is that I like Nagito's design a lot more, and he's actually a lot bigger brain than Akechi is. But they're similar in that they play their roles very well. Akechi's a great character. I fucking hate him, but he's a great character. All right, here we go. God damn, that's a lot of people. All right, so this isn't... I'm not going to spend as much time on every character, but we'll do what we can. Wait. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Use the bathroom and get a couple leg stretches in. Okay, this is gonna be a really hot take. As much as I love the Mega Man soundtrack, some of the greatest shit you'll ever hear. Rosenkreuzstilett might, in its one game, might be better. I loved like cheesy over the top rock, like power chords and all that. Okay, so I'm all out of my captain. Now we're gonna mix this Captain Sliced Apple and this Ellington Reserved Salted Caramel for, you guessed it, caramel apple, but with booze. So, forgive me, I'm slightly intoxicated, if I cannot remember the names of some of these people, because we are talking about a lot of characters here. A lot of characters. Oh, dude, go to sleep, Anthony, if you need to go to sleep. I don't want to be the reason you're... Later, Vanessa. Much have I played Royal? Not enough. I remember you said Akechi's even better in Royal than he is in the original, right? That's lawful evil. That's like Satan, the devil, Lucifer. I think those are the most interesting evil characters. Though chaotic evil can be the most fun. Yeah, no problem. Have a good night, Anthony. Take it easy, dude. I love, yeah, I agree, Luke. Yeah, I do love anti-heroes and villains a lot. I think those tend to be the most complex characters. Okay. Arrow sucks. Just sucks. The least interesting murderer, I think, of any of the murderers. I didn't care about the side story about him and his brother. It just... The only interesting thing you can say about him is, oh yeah, he had the whatever under his blanket. Whoa. I didn't really find anything unique about his character. Just was just worthless. No, not worthless. He played a part. He's not hero, but I just didn't care. I just wanted to get through that case and go on to a better case, because he just, Acro was just, Acro. Acro, not Arrow. I was thinking of Air. What was his brother's name? Because I'm going to put him here too, as more of like a I don't care. Like, I just did not care about their subplot. The backstory. I didn't give a shit. I want less of them, not more. See, I actually, depending on how they present Akechi, I could want more. I don't necessarily want more of Justine and Carolyn. Those were, I thought, they got an appropriate amount of time. But Akechi, it could depend on what they do. It was Acro and then Bat. Just couldn't remember if they were being that stupid about it. Adrian Andrews. still A tier. Her character her character is complex. She has this facade that's hidden by a much more insecure character that gets that gains more confidence and self-assurance by the third game. She is, quite frankly, waifu in terms of character design. And I really dig her, like, strict, forceful attitude. Kind of a turn on. Even if it was just a facade. Oh, what the fuck was his name? Oh, I can't remember his name. He's a murderer in 3. He was good. Unfortunately for him, the game itself, not from any presentation of his character, ruined how good his character could be when they made the reveal so obvious. It's not really his fault, but I can't help but have that affect him in some way. You knew it was him very early, like halfway through that case. There was no mistaking because of how unique his character design was in the game, flashing it. Luke at me, that's right. But he was still good. It's just unfortunate that the game kind of ruined the reveal and thus kind of his character, because his character is mostly based on misdirection. But there's no misdirection if you already know who he is because the game fucked it up. Ron Delight, loved his character, not S. Hey, low A. Loved his character. Loved him as like I'm telling you, I'm fucking murderer. And you're like, dude, you're not the fucking murderer. I loved his fucking whitey ass attitude. His design was cool. He's got a banger wife. I mean, what a guy. What a fucking guy. I enjoyed representing him greatly. Yeah, I love Adrian. Adrian's so good. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Akari. Well, let me be your soothing voice that helps you get into a more relaxing headspace. Because I know what that feels. I know them feels. This was... Wait, who is this? The ancestor? Ami? Is this Ami? Ron also has some fucking balls. He didn't do it, but he's like, it's me. It's like, no, it's not you. Why do you? It's me. No, dude, it's not you. Oh, for sure. Her voice is... That is Ami. Okay. So Ami isn't... No, I gotta be fair here. The backdrop for her is interesting, but you don't really get anything from her. You just don't get that much, but I find her backstory at least more interesting than these two's backstory. Acro and Bat were just blech. Blech. And with her, I'm like, okay, it adds something to the long-term story. We're still talking about her even in 3 after finding out about her in 2. So she kind of, her presence has a more lasting effect, but she's still, like, she's dead already. You don't really get too much from her. Okay, I forget her name. I know about her, though. She is from Chapter 5, 1-5. Interesting when you first meet her, but she kind of doesn't develop past that. So she's probably higher C. It did get to the point towards the end, and this is partly a problem of the chapter itself as opposed to her character, but you go back and forth between these characters so much in chapter 5 that the ones that don't change become very it becomes very repetitive and you don't care as much anymore. You're just like, all right, let me get this over with. Blah 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 blah. Angel Star, okay, yeah. Like I like when I first met Angel Star, I'm like, oh, she's gonna be awesome. But then she just kind of didn't really change. He was mask to mask. Damn, has it really been that long? It's a long time. 3 years. Sorry, you giving me the nostalgias now. You're giving me the nostalgias. For those that don't know, our channel's been around since 2015, but KY and I were actually talking about this the other day as we were recording Breath of the Wild stuff. It kind of only feels like the channel has been around since we started streaming, because that's when the dynamic of everything changed for us. Because we started getting more views, we started interacting, feel like it was us. It just seemed like it was just, we were our own thing, you know, and whatever. Sorry, you guys, I hope you guys get what I mean. But yeah, so I thank you all for helping our experience be so fulfilling and meaningful. While I do feel like I get fulfillment from my job, I feel like it's much more, I feel like I can reach so many more people doing this than I can in that. Yeah. All right, enough of me being cheesy. I forget her name, but I really like her. She's a good character. For like a minor, only like one-off character, she was pretty amusing. Her design was fun. Her personality was fun. Her like change in personality was funny and amusing. Yeah, they made her role really well. One thing I will say about Phoenix Wright versus Danganronpa, and it's because of how extreme the character designs are, Phoenix Wright does a better job of creating better one-off, like one-dimensional characters. Because their presentation tends to be so extreme, they leave a more lasting impression. When it happens in Danganronpa, you tend to just feel disappointed because of the game. The game approaches it differently, right? April, May. Exactly, easy. Thank you, Jerry. I mean, I understand. Angel, like I said, Angel's not a bad character. I just wish she had gone a little further than what I expected her. Okay, I guess I didn't talk about the judge, but all right, let's do it. So I admit that this is purely a personal experience thing. I fucking cannot stand the judge. As a person who has practiced in the courts of law, he is an embarrassment to witness. He is dangerous and just generally a pox on society. The whole thing is, oh, well, he's never gotten a verdict wrong. How the fuck do you know? He just goes based on, he flip-flops in like a dozen times in a matter of a case. And we're talking about he has rendered verdicts for attorneys that have planted evidence. Von Karma and Edgeworth have manipulated the case to be in their favor. So that doesn't actually instill me in a lot of confidence that the judges are always made the right decision. That's just the game being like bullshitting us. There's no evidence to suggest that everything he's done has been correct at all, especially when you have conflicting information about how underhanded the prosecution has been. He basically has no mind of his own. The only thing I can say about him is he can be kind of fucking funny at times. Just generally amusing. I understand why somebody who is not in the field of law would like the judge. I take personal offense to his existence. Personal offense to his existence. So again, freely admit that's why it happened, but the way it has, but anyways. God, what was the sister's name? The identical twin? She was fine. I like the misdirection that she added. It wasn't super predictable. I guess I'd put her in higher B. I guess the problem with her is that while her role in the story was interesting, she herself wasn't that interesting. Iris, that's right. She herself was not that interesting. Her personality was kind of dull. Iris. God, I'm not saying Iris. Even though it's probably correct, I just hate it. Dude, Ron's a fantastic character. I love him so much. Such a whiner. The butler. He's fun. I like the butler. I liked his quirk of like, oh, I might seem like a refined butler, but by the way, I want to be a Hollywood star. That was fun. He was a fun character. I did enjoy his design and presentation a lot. Fuck him. The only thing I can say about him is the difference between the dynamic between him and the puppet was kind of amusing, but I hated both of them. So, God. He's on screen and he's just awkward, and the puppet's just annoying. Trillo Ben Shapiro. You know what happens when I get drunk? I start giving out credits for hot ones from chat. That's 50 creds for that hot line from BJ. Get those hot ones. Not a fan of Iris because of her wanting to be a Phoenix and helping her sister through everything. I think that gives her, I mean, I agree. She's a shitty person with a lot of inner conflict that makes her dynamic and interesting. I mean, that's fine headcanon, but I can only go off of what I know of him for this. Too old now and needs to retire. Oh, so like most of the Supreme Court of the United States, for those who are not. For those that don't know, our Supreme Court judges have no term limits. So they retire when they want. And there should be limits on serving. And I mean like, I don't mean 75, whatever. And this isn't an insult to any of the judges that have been 80 or older and still served well. I Ruth Bader Ginsburg's made some of her best arguments in her 80s, which is amazing to think about. However, as a whole, it's more detrimental to allow people to serve that long than it is beneficial. 65, you should be done. Mother Teresa, whatever the fuck her name is. She's fun. She's fun. I liked her. She got kind of annoying, and I think that was probably more part of the voice I gave her, that I was just like, oh god, I hate doing this voice, even though it kind of fit her. But she was a fun, upbeat character that I enjoyed. Bikini, that's right. Man, since I played Danganronpa most recently, my names for the Phoenix Wright trilogy has gone right out the window. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember him. What was he in the story? Oh, he was the okay, that's why he was so forgettable. He had his role was to get killed, and it happened. He didn't have much personality. Kane Bullard. His most notable feature was being the boss for Larry. Maybe not necessarily fair to him. He could have been an interesting character behind the scenes, but we didn't get to see that. Wait a second. I feel like I haven't seen some of these characters before. Who are these characters? From this person on, I don't remember any of these characters. Is this the officer that, what's-her-face was dating? That died? He's the only one that looks vaguely familiar. That's actually not a bad idea. Apparently, I can't make that word. Oh, Edrith's dad. Okay. All right. Yeah, he'd be in here. I don't really know anything about him other than he died. Oh, Juan. Completely forgot about that. Yeah, I didn't know anything about him. Him? Wait. Doug Swallows. Okay. Yeah, didn't know about him. All right, where did I put him? Because yeah, we didn't know about anything about him either. Yeah, it's best to just have a separate tier for these. Oh, she was the victim of the very first case. Okay. Andrew's manager? Wait, who's Andrew? Yo, what's up, Volpe? Mighty Number 9 music. Dustin Prince. Yo, what's up, man? That's my favorite track from 11. TBH. Maya's mom? Wait, I thought this was Maya's mom. Are they both the same person? This circus guy did die. He died earlier. He wasn't the victim. He died before the story began. Oh, was she Adrian's mentor? I don't really remember anything about her. She was the motive. Okay, yeah. Oh, the person who they kept showing committing suicide over and fucking over again? Oh, God, that was embarrassing. Yeah, Fuse is so good. Love Fuse. They are the same person. Okay, so we're gonna go with the one that was presented to us. Oh, he's in a coma? Okay, well, in that case, he's still equally as unrateable. I know the kid. I got all out of the way all the ones that I couldn't remember. Man, I'm horrible at remembering victims. Does that mean I'm an awful person? Probably. But them's the breaks. Get good, don't die. Anyways, their mother was an interesting driving force. It was interesting to find out that she was alive. And I liked her character when she was presented to us, but she didn't really add any presence or anything like that as a character. Backstory's kind of interesting, but like her on-screen presence was minimal at best. Okay. I hate her. I fucking hate her, but oh my God, was she a fantastic villain. Fantastic villain. So well done. You just wanted to wring her neck. You wanted to. Oh my God! You wanted to punch her in the face. You wanted to backslap her with your ring hand. Wait, your ring hand. She was so well written. I hated her with every fiber of my being, but she was so good. She was so well written. I did not expect the game to bring her back later again too. As well, bravo. Well done. Very good villain. Some of these might move around a little later. It depends. I might bump some of these up to S. It just depends on how the distribution goes. The kid was fine. Just annoying kid who played his role okay. Nothing wrong with him, but nothing particularly great about him either. This is the same person as the butler, so we're gonna move him over here. I guess we'll do him right away. The serial killer. Where'd he go? Here he is. He was good. The interaction with him on the radio was pretty interesting. I like that he has his own set of his own code that he always followed. And I always find it interesting that even when people decide to be, they make the choice to be evil, they have some sort of code that they still follow. That makes them interesting. Instead of just whatever, who fucking cares, I'm just generic thug who, what the fuck ever. And like, I don't know, I have my own set of rules. And that's intriguing. It's ridiculous, but it's intriguing. He wasn't top tier, though. So we'll put him in high B. D. Vasquez was also higher B. She's probably better. She had more of a chance to be an on-screen persona. The mob mentality and like her goons and shit was pretty badass. The only thing that I think prevents her from being an A for me is I didn't really think her character design lined up too much with her personality. Her character design was actually pretty bland compared to everybody. The colors were really muted. Like, you could have done more to gussy her up a little bit. Other than that, I liked her dismissive and condescending attitude. Oh, this is the serial killer from 1.5? Oh, well then he'd go here. Welcome back, Culture. DL6. The parrot was a character. Oh, do they have his... Yeah, they have his original persona. Which, yeah, we shouldn't... They're the same character, so we're not gonna... Edgeworth, still possibly the best character. It depends, I have to go through everybody. But still probably the best character. Dynamic, interesting. When you get a chance to be him as the defense attorney in Game 3, you finally get a chance of understanding what it's like to be a good attorney who is competent and not just flying by the seat of his pants like Phoenix does, where the game does not give Phoenix enough credit. The game gives Edgeworth credit and you feel powerful. You're like, oh my god, Edgeworth is just, this is the attorney I want to be. Interesting backstory, interesting personal conflicts that he goes through. Just an all-around fantastic character. It's Godot and Toe Dog. Yeah, God. Emma. Liked Emma a lot. She was one of the few characters to benefit from the elongated... Actually, I take that back. So 1.5 was bad. It was a badly narrated case that was overly convoluted and could have been done in about half the time much better. The characters from 1.5 are what save it. I like a lot of the characters from 1.5. Emma being one of the best. Emma was a great companion. Initially, I'm just like, oh, she's just going to be a Maya clone, but she wasn't. She had her own distinct personality, and she was very interesting. Apparently, we're going to get more of her later, because part of the reason they added her to 1.5 is because she gets set up later as part of the investigations games. So, big fan of Emma. I thought she was a fantastic part of 1.5. You don't know why. She's a good character. She's very fun to be around. I cared about what she said as a companion. That's just... They could have very easily made her annoying and she wasn't. Phoenix bluffs for one contradiction. Edward pointed out 4 contradictions from one evidence. Be like Edward. Yeah. All right, later, easy. Yeah, Bruno's not somebody that we ever really. He's just. He has a role, but it's very minimal. He's just meant to like set foundation for a backstory. It is a lawyer game, yes, Volpe. Part 3 villains. I haven't finished part 3 yet. All villains in JoJo are S tier though, because they're all so over the top amazing. Franziska's S tier. She is another character who is a very fantastic. She is an anti-hero at this point. She's a villain in game 2, becomes more of an anti-hero at the end, and then is a full-blown just straight anti-hero in 3, which is some of the best characters if you can characterize them well, and they do that for her. Love her character, love her on-screen persona. The whip is over the top hilarious. Trying to think of more. Her, like, you finally, so you get 2 soft sides of her, which is really good of the game to show you that there's something to her, right? One was at the end of game 2, obviously, which shows who she really is underneath and just the insecure girl that is trying to live up to a legacy that she doesn't think she could possibly live. She really doesn't think she could possibly live up to and has been dealing with that pressure her entire life. And in 2, when Pearl is berating her and she just kind of stops being Franziska for a little bit. And that's endearing. Even Franziska can't stop, can't rebuke Pearl. Want to become famous? Blah, 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 blah. Actually, wanna... just straight ban. Wait! No! No, that's not what I wanted to do! I banned the wrong person! I banned the wrong thing! Oh god. How do you unban? Oh man, what a fucking scrub! I'm so bad. You banned the wrong person or entity. Can I just unban? Can I just Okay, thank God. Whew. So no, it wasn't a person. I accidentally banned Restream Bot, which meant that Twitch didn't see like any of your messages temporarily. So I banned a Twitch user that was one of those like, if you want to be famous, come buy followers from me. Because I'm like, disagree, Adamski. While she is perfect tsundere, which, quite frankly, is my preferred trope. Tsundere before tsundere was tsundere. And you could probably even go back further than this. But the first character of that distinction that I know of would be Akane from Ranma 1 Half. And the person that made the dynamic between yundere and tsundere in the love triangles, I think would have been Asuka, right? From Evangelion. Apparently the original waifu war, which I'm like, have you seen Ranma? There wasn't waifu wars there? A lot of waifus there to fight about. This guy calls himself a streamer, can't even keep his chat tag. What a fucking loser, am I right? You don't like tsundere? I understand. The first tsundere that I ever met in a fictional setting was Asuka Langley Soryu from Evangelion, and she was my least favorite of all the main protagonists. But then I grew to very much enjoy that trope. Oh, before it was mainstream. I still think, because Evangelion was like a cultural phenomenon, right? Didn't that kind of mainstream that, because you had Rei versus Asuka, and they were the quiet submissive versus the fiery outspoken. All right, have a good night, Jake. Take it easy, dude. We've done a lot fewer tier lists than we normally do, but I've gone into more depth in all of them. Jake is not Mondo. Well, I understand that. It's like trying to play old games, right? Sometimes you just see it and you're like, I can't watch this. And I don't feel that way because I grew up playing the Nintendo and onward. I can't play Atari games for that reason. The difference between Nintendo and Atari is astounding to me. I can't go back and play Atari games. Even if they're good. They're just so bad looking. Oh, see, I'm not sure that's true. We don't disagree on much, but I think I might disagree with you on this one. But I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. Maybe they didn't identify her that way until the 2010s. That's entirely possible. You got into 5 episodes of which games or which animes? I haven't watched Castlevania yet. I should. Gant. Great character. Again, the terrible story of 1.5 did not bring Gant down. Gant's design is hilariously amazing. He is intimidating. Plays his role incredibly well. Okay, Cowboy Bebop is one I guess I don't understand from the perspective I just gave you, because even by today's standards, Cowboy Bebop looks really good. It is a very well animated anime. The thing I could see with people not like, one reason my wife didn't like Cowboy Bebop, she prefers more arc-based or long-term story animes, and Cowboy Bebop is not that. It's serialized, right? So each episode, almost each episode, is self-contained. There's a couple 2-parters and one not minor, but there's one overarching plot that kind of influences all the episodes, but only minor points until like the episodes it's actually brought to the forefront. Ava, I would tell you, Max, to watch Rebuild of Ava. Go watch Rebuild of Ava. It's updated. It's very good. And they're finally releasing the last part in January, so you'll get to see all of it. Very split up. Yeah, and that I can understand. I would suggest one 90s anime that you might like. That it's an older anime, so it has a kind of older animation, but it's not split up. It's serialized, but it follows the same plot throughout the entire series, which makes it feel less serialized than Cowboy Bebop. Is Trigun. The Crazy Deres Yandere Volpe. Rebuild is a different story. It's a different timeline, apparently. All right, Max. I might just have to invite you personally to our next anime night because I need you to witness it. Might do that next weekend. Or next week sometime. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Adamski. Godot. Godot is good. He's a good character. I don't find him to be as good as everybody else believes he is. Mostly because he's a fucking awful prosecutor who should have never gotten his job. He is garbage. He might be a worse prosecutor than Payne is, and that is saying something. He sucks at his job. As a defense attorney, however, he seemed to be very good. His whole motivations is like old school machismo bullshit that I think it's ridiculous, illogical, just asinine in general. However, he is very funny. His coffee thing's amusing. His metaphors that have nothing to do with anything generally are also very funny. And he was still fun to destroy. Code Geass movies. To be honest, I only watched the Resurrection one. I didn't watch the other two. But the Resurrection one's good. In fact, well, I'm not going to say anything. Yeah, Yandere can be kind of, I'd agree with that, Volpe. It can be over the top, like, annoying. Because it's just hard to empathize with that. No, they're the same person. They are the same person, and they should be treated as such. In fact, if we were just going with Godot to prosecutor, he'd be like here. Or like here somewhere. But because we're talking about both, he's an A. Because you get that he wasn't just a terrible prosecutor. He does also have an epic thing, and that's part of the benefits to him, yes. He might have the best theme of any character in this series. No, yeah, by all means, watch them. They're probably good. It's one of the best animes I've ever seen. One of the deepest and most complex animes I've ever seen. The end of it was just like, oh my god. What just happened? I did not see that coming. Who is this? He's the guy that died, right? In 4-1? He died, but you got kind of more of his personality because he didn't die until a little later. He was fine with his character, but like, whatever. He wasn't even fine. He's just kind of like, whatever. You died, and you were kind of a dick. Probably lower than Trello. Fucking Wilford Brimley here is good. He's good. I have fun playing his character. He has a distinct personality. He's cowardly. And in general, the type of person that you hate in fiction. Cowardly and won't stand up for what is right. And you hold that against him. The dating sims? Yeah. Well, when you were talking about waifu wars, Volpe, and that in the dating sims kind of what you're talking about, they get categorized as they face off against each other. Also talks about hemorrhoids too much. 100%. But it's also fun to be his character. Oh, my boy, like a fresh squeeze of lemon. Whatever the fuck I say about lemon. Personality is different. He's a changed man, but that's just a part of the character dynamic as opposed to being a different person. Nobody says objection better than Mark Karma, though. Attack on Titan Season 4. I still need to watch the most recent season of Sword Art. I haven't yet. Very interested to see what happens. Yeah, which existed before dating sims became a popular thing. And then visual novels became a thing, and then that's a part of the anime culture, yeah. Like Adamski says. Have I tried Cold War yet? No. Don't have Cold War yet. I've just been playing Warzone. In fact, Warzone tournament tomorrow, 6 to 9 p.m. for those that don't have anything to do during those times and want to see us be a lot more successful than we were. Fuck. Up in the desk last time. Gumshoe. Wait, where did I put him? Gumshoe's really good. In fact, he's probably low S. Gumshoe's a great character. Plays his role well. Very amusing. Very endearing. The one thing that I'll say, and I like his character design a lot. Very helpful. Very compassionate. Very earnest. The one thing I will say about Gumshoe as a knock against him is I wish they would eventually make him seem more competent in his job. Very similar to Phoenix in that he kind of remains the same level of stupid throughout all 3 games. Even though his character develops and grows in his intentions, his competence at his job remains the same. And it sucks because he should be getting better. One tomorrow, one on Sunday. Oh, are they two different brackets? Yeah, I saw the first episode, and then after that, I just got distracted. I saw that you've been playing Warzone lately. I saw you online a few times, or Cold War, one of the two. Cause you're my friend online. Who the fuck is this? Is the guy that died in 1-3, right? Okay, who the fuck was this? Is that Bruce Goodman? Two, 4. Okay. I'm sure zombies would be a lot more fun if I had people to play with. I never had people to play with zombies. 2 different ones? Oh, good luck. Attorney for DL6. Yeah. He's the one. Okay. He's the one that Edgeworth had a grudge against. And he died in the boat. The French chef. What a piece of shit this guy is, but he was also amusing. Had character to him. Probably put him there. He was fun. This guy's really fun. I think I ranked him a little too high in the last tier list, though. I like being around him a lot, but he's a one-trick pony. He does it really well, but he doesn't really offer much more than that. But he is very funny. Fuck this guy. I hate old codgers like that. They're just annoying to be around. Is this Eenie or Miney? I don't remember which one's which. Anyways, very good villain. Actually, no, she's the sister. So she's here. This guy was great. Oh, Desperado. Loved him on screen. His personality was really interesting and over the top, but also fun. Out of 1-5, he was the only person I was ever like, all right, let's go back and talk to him. And I was kind of excited about because he was just a very fun character to be around and have dialogue with. Canadian judge, best judge, to be sure. I don't know. I think I should put him here. He seemed competent at his job. He wasn't so easily swayed like the other judge was. He had a kind of a funny personality. He's like the Canadian or whatever. The problem with him is, first of all, you don't get a lot of them. Second of all, his eyes, when he is fully dilated, are the eyes of the devil. Very off-putting. very, very off-putting. That's weird. Oh, I can't find a picture of him with the eyes. They're terrible, though. They're terrifying. Media impersonated Emi. Okay. Is he really that different from the other judge? Yes. Yes. There were some very important subtle differences between the two. I felt his authority a lot more than I felt the normal judge's authority. He stood up to his prosecutors. He's still not great, but he was a lot more impressive. Oh yeah, dude, Barnes & Noble's been sold manga. Also true culture. Just like I didn't realize that the library, you could rent manga from the library until I started working there when I was 16, and then I started reading a lot of manga. The manga is why I love Hina instead of hating the anime, because the manga's, I thought, really good. Robert Hammond, that was his name. They changed it a lot from Black Ops 4, but honestly, it's for the better. Yeah, I'll hit you up, Mac. Yeah, there's only one shotgun that's any good in Warzone now. Then, not surprising that it's better in multiplayer and zombies then. Rest of streaming current voice? No, my throat would die. Are you high? All right, Von Karma. Von Karma's one of the most entertaining villains I've ever had in a video game. He doesn't really change any at all, but he plays his role so well. Defending against him was really fun. He showed you that there's a reason he's intimidated. He fucking tases you, bro. But at the same time, he's a good prosecutor. But at the same time, he also makes some really dumb arguments, but they're dumb in the way that they're hilarious. My dog is also named Phoenix. Does that mean blah blah blah? Like, that's a terrible argument, but it's hilarious. His objection is one of the scariest things I've ever encountered in a video game. The first time I heard it, I'm pretty sure I jumped out of my seat. Yeah, they're making an anime of the of Progressive. They said the YouTube video I saw said that the basic difference is that it's a reboot that's more focused on Kirito and Asuna, and it's more 50-50 between the two, as opposed to mostly just about Kirito. So that'd be interesting, because Asuna is a better character than Kirito anyways. Part of the reason why anything Elfheim online is terrible, because it renders her useless. Okay, the robot woman, cyborg woman, whatever the fuck she was funny. I liked her. She was very funny. She wasn't around for long, but I found her presentation to be really funny and her character design. Those robotic characters, like the Datas of the world, I like a lot. She can't go much higher than this though, because you just didn't get much out of her. Lana. Lana was fine. She's good. A little too much like Mia, at least in general attitude. But I did like her. Do I want to have her higher than D? No. At the same time, she's a very frustrating character in that some of the things she does doesn't make any logical sense, which is odd for her as an attorney. And her design, in general, is basically just Mia. Like, that's the point. But she can't get points for that then because she's basically just Mia. With a scarf and slightly lighter hair. Larry's annoying. I liked him more after the first 2 games, but then in the 3rd game you get more of the same, and it's getting to the point where it's getting old and repetitive and not interesting. I get it. He's an idiot. Let's have some character development, because he has not developed at all. Larry is not S+. It's true, Max. It is. Maybe Progressive ends up being a lot better then. They hired Satan and a cheese grater and fused them together to make Von Karma's objection. It's a very apt description of that. I will not say Lana backwards. The fact that Larry had 3 locks in general is unbelievable to me. He sucks. Can't hide anything. Lada's good. Lada's a good recurring character. She can become a bit repetitive too, but she, unlike Larry, actually shows some character development. Which is appreciated for somebody that you see that often. She's just generally kind of fun. She has some annoyances to her, but I generally like her more often than not. And that's good for a recurring character. Maggie was good. Maggie's a very fun, upbeat, bright, energetic character that you really like. Her and Gumshoe might be ultimate ship. And I like her design a lot. Ron's wife, I can't even remember what her name is. I really want to put her higher than I'm going to, but I can't put her higher than this just because of how limited she's, like, limited to the 1 chapter, and you don't really get too much of her, but goddamn is she a badass. She is fucking awesome. Not only is she a badass, she sells for fucking Ron, which shows you how she's not a shallow individual. It's supposed to be put off like she is, but she's really not. And so you really appreciate that about her. Her design's cool. She's banging. Like, it's Maggie, not Maggie. You're right. You're right. I think it was Jake who said that On Guard was no higher than C. I disagree. Matt Ungard is a very good. He's a very good character. He's kind of a funny client that turns into a very interesting character when you find out about the switch in personality, which I did not expect personally. I thought it was well executed personally. His character design's funny, like the way they present him initially. And he throws his hair up and suddenly he's a different character is like hysterically over the top. Coulter is going hard with the actually. Actually. Maximilian Galactica. Probably the best thing about 2-3. He was a good client. He was interesting. his like I'm really a country boy who's trying to masquerade as a pretentious city slicker was a nice touch. You felt for him, even though he's kind of a pretentious prick. But you know he has good intentions. His design's over the top, but interesting, all the same. So yeah, I really liked Max. Probably putting him here. Like, to me, he's easily the best thing about 2-3. Maya, high tier. Probably top tier. Maya's a fantastic assistant. I don't get annoyed with her like you would many companions. Her dialogue always tends to be witty and funny. And I was legitimately sad when she left at the end of 1 and like wasn't sure if she was going to be back. And was very happy when she came back in 2. Because I enjoy her character so much. She develops as time goes on. The worst thing about her character isn't actually anything against her character in particular. Actually, I'm gonna put, excuse me, I'm gonna put her ahead of Gumshoe. She's ahead of Gumshoe. Actually, she was probably ahead of the story putting her as the damsel in distress, whether it be because she's accused of murder or actually kidnapped, gets tedious and annoying. It's not her fault, but her character still, very much like Asuna from Sword Art Online, now we're talking about that, her character kind of suffers because of that. Because it's not supposed to happen, but it does anyways. And you're like, ugh, come on, man. Her character's better than that, to just keep putting her in that situation. You're trying to bring her as a character of strength, and you keep putting her in this situation where she's rendered helpless. Like, I know Phoenix needs to have a motivation, but come up with something new. Yes, Max, it was you. Wellington misspelled Maggie's name and got convicted. Don't be like Wellington. I would like to do a case tier list. I'm not sure if there is one in here. If there isn't one in here on this website, then what I'm going to have to do is make a separate video for it. Like, make it on my own and then make a separate video of it, which is what I would do. Because I'm not sure if they have a case tier list on here. And I want to make sure the presentation is, like, you know, comprehensive. I know, Max. That is who you want to be. Oh, there is a case tier list. All right, Trep, send it to me. Yeah, we'll do the case tier list. It's not going to take as long because we don't have as many characters. This guy sucks. He's whatever. Just earnest detective guy who's just over the top, like, whatever, but he's not anything interesting. Mia's great. Problem with Mia is that the game oversaturates you with Mia with Phoenix. That's not Mia's fault, but the game relies on her as a crutch, and it's annoying. It's fucking annoying. Phoenix is competent enough to stand on his own. Let him do it. However, young Mia is awesome. I love having the ability to be Mia in Trials and Tribulations. Awesome development there. She was great as the attorney. Loved her different design with the little hair on the side. So she actually moves up a little bit in my list from where she was before. Eni, right? Eni? Anyways, she was the villain who impersonated her dead sister, which is kind of badass. Her change in personality was really well executed. I really liked her as a villain. She was very interesting. So I'm going to put her here. Actually, put her here. I really enjoyed their presentation as like her as the fusion of herself and her sister. Doge, obviously, S tier. It's Doge. Doge is our only S tiers. I'm in Spain without the S. Fucking Chuckles is garbage. But he at least has more of a role than a lot of these other characters. But he was that annoying fucking clown in any story that has a clown. It was kind of funny doing the Krusty voice for him. The aunt, disappointing. Given her role, she isn't super menacing. The best part about her as a villain is she's like that very well, like lightly condescending. So she has that going for her, but she's still ultimately a disappointment in terms of her presence, given her potential. Here. Oh, that's the cowboy's brother. This is a guy that died in 3-3. Old bag. I'm bumping her down a little bit. I gave her credit in my last tier list for playing her role well, and she does. She's still annoying. Can't stand her on screen. I give her credit in the C range because she does what she's supposed to do. But it's still obnoxious. Doesn't develop at all. She's the same fucking person from job to job. I dread when she's coming on screen. On screen. This guy. What a tragic character. I can't put him higher than C because he doesn't have much characterization. It's more about what his ultimate fate that makes him a tremendously tragic character than the character himself. Because he doesn't actually interact with anybody all that much. You feel for him because he's an idiot and he's obviously getting manipulated. Beyond that, doesn't offer too much other than his death. But wow, what a fucking tremendous death that was. Pain actually moves up a little bit in my list because he showed that he was once competent. He's still not competent at all, but he was once competent. Pearls, high tier, top tier. Precious, adorable. You root for her. When you find out something might happen or you're like, I'm gonna kill the motherfucker who hurt her. Her speech is always amusing. Her presentation isn't an annoying child, but a very endearing child. She can do no wrong. Studio producer, or producer assistant, or whatever. Good character. She didn't have a ton going for her, just because she wasn't all around all that much, but I like the characterization that they gave her. She doesn't really have a super interesting design, but it's still lined up with her character in terms of like her attributes. Just like, hey, I'm this kind of, it seems like a dull job, but I love it, and I collect cards, and I'm kind of a nerdy girl, so she was good. Liked her. Phoenix. Oh, I kind of put him ahead of. Phoenix gets bumped up a little bit. Phoenix is infuriating. Even though he's a good character, he's infuriating because the game doesn't give him enough credit. They don't give him development in his skills like they should. Whereas he has to continue to use me as a crutch, which is annoying because you as the player should feel the growth as you go through 3 games, and you don't, really. But he's still an amusing character. He's still a fun main character. It's just, he could be so much better if the game didn't fuck him over so often. Why is the dog S tier? If you have to ask, you'll never understand. Exactly, Coulter. Exactly, Trip. Exactly. And that's one reason he moved from B to A, is that you seem to finally get a little glimpse of him being independent at the end of Game 3. So that did bump him up a little bit, because before he was like somewhere in here. But we're bumping him up to A now, because I will give the game credit for finally allowing us to do our thing. They might not be people, but they're characters. Will Powers liked Will Powers. He's an endearing character. Kind of an idiot, but you feel for him. You wanted him to, like, you wanted to get him off of the charges because he was just a sweet dude, very self-conscious but sweet buff dude. Seeing him later was actually kind of fun. I like that they brought him back, which shows that I liked his character in the first place. Worst suit ever, but I'll give him a pass on that because that's just his style. That's what he wants to do. Red White, excellent villain. Excellent villain. You know what? I'm gonna put a rat but beneath her. Red White was a fantastic villain. His office is one of the most ridiculously awesome things I've ever seen. That desk that he had, where he had naked dudes holding it up as the legs, fucking hysterical. His design was funny. His whole plan was ridiculous. His overall role is menacing, and his presentation is funny. Will Powers would be a great uncle. I forget her name, the kid of the ringmaster. She was good. She didn't add a ton, but she was good in playing her role. I actually thought she was going to be like low-key evil initially, but she was not. She just turned out to be a sweet, innocent girl who was kind of delusional. Ringmaster, you don't really know much about him. He seemed like a good dude, though, from what everybody said about him. This villain, he was garbage. Producer, excellent character. Hilarious every time he was on screen. Loved having him around, even though he was super stereotypical to his character. Fucking funny. Parrot, I'm actually going to rate higher than I did before, in retrospect. Cross-examining a parrot's actually really funny. We're going to put him above Pain. Parrot was really, really funny. The mob boss's daughter. She was menacing and interesting. Her character design fit her very well, so I think I'm going to put her there. This guy was actually a pretty good first villain. I liked him. Still, you know, the case isn't very long, and there wasn't too much about him, but I still liked him. His whole, like, split personality thing I thought was really good. Not split personality, but like the difference between his presentation versus his actual personality. Like, he was basically a bum but thought he was better than everybody. Old man, nah. He was alright. He just was kind of annoying. He had that backdrop to him, but that was like whatever. But he played his role fine. Victim, what's her name's sister? We can't really say much about her because she died before. The real Phoenix Wright. Please stand up. Please stand up. He was a good character. I thought he was really well done. Him being Phoenix and getting people to believe that was actually really funny. But he was also very one-dimensional. He didn't really add too much personality-wise other than being angry, but he was still a fun character. You hate the producer. The guy who's talked in leet speak. Yeah, he is one of those untouchable villains. One of the biggest problems with Red White isn't what Red White himself did, but how the story handled Red White. Where the story is like, oh, we're just not going to charge him with anything. And it's like, no, it's an open court. Everybody saw it. But is it an open court? They're not really sure about that. They made it seem like there's a gallery. And if there's a gallery, it's going to get out that the judge is like, well, I'm being blackmailed, so I can't find this man guilty. That's right, Zin Eoth. Zin Eoth. All right, Trent, did you send me the... So that is the character tier list. Case tier list. Okay, cool. All right, so this is the last one we'll do for the night. Then I need to get some sleep. We need to add an F. I think we all know what's going in F, right? Who you calling Zen up? I'm Phoenix Wright. I see what you're saying, JB, but I wonder if I would have done the same. Just didn't understand them. Oh, because it's leet speak. So I grew up with that. That was a thing that happened in the early 2000s. That's how people typed. Okay, so I'm going to need some help with this because I can't tell what some of these are. Okay, so they have all of them, right? Where's the Larry one? This one was a fine first case, but it wasn't anything spectacular. So it's not horrible, but it wasn't great either. Very Big Circus, worst case in the entire series. Just, I didn't care about most of the characters. Didn't care about the murder. It just fucking sucked. Everybody was annoying. Oh, God. The case was dumb. Circuses fucking suck. Everything about that was terrible. Steel Samurai is actually better than the first case, in I'll say. It was a bad case, but it was a lot better than the other three cases, the other case threes, I'll say. At least the characters were interesting. The villain was good. I liked Will Powers. There was that. The producer was funny. It's just that the case itself was, who cares? This is 2-1. 2-1's pretty good for a first case. I'm gonna give it that. Maggie was delightful. The villain was pretty good. Yeah, I liked it. It was good. It was good for a first case. This is 2-2, right? 2-2. Probably low A. I like 2-2. The introduction of Pearl was really good. Getting more Maya backstory was really good. Part of the issue with 2-2 is that the aunt just didn't end up being as great as she could have been, but Eni I liked a lot. I also think it went on slightly too long than it needed to. But it was a fun case. It was a very fun case. And again, this was a case that relied a lot on supernatural phenomenon, which this trilogy kind of has a problem with being consistent as to how it views the channeling stuff, at least outside of Phoenix. And I think that's problematic, and the game needs to really pick a position and be clear with it. One, 2, very good case. Mia's death, very impactful. Red White was a great villain. In fact, I think I'm putting it here. This was a fantastic case. There aren't many characters in this case that I didn't like. The threat to Phoenix was palpable, given that his mentor had just been killed in the office. The murder was vicious. Maya was introduced as a very good character. I think 1-2 is absolutely fantastic. 1-4. Von Karma. I mean, fucking Von Karma. What a great adversary. You're defending Edgeworth, who you had really hated through the first 3 chapters. Suddenly, Edgeworth is a lot different. This is the case that marked the change in Edgeworth. The, like, noticeable change. The only problem with 1-4 is that it gets, because of it deals with that backstory too, it gets a little longer than I think it needed to be. But it was still very good. All right, later, Max. That nothing has labels. I mean, that's fair. Like, I can kind of tell what these are based on thumbnails I've made, but that's it. All right, this is 1-5. I'm not going to put it at the bottom because, again, its characters are its saving grace. The story was, went on for way too long. The narrative itself was bad, but the characters, the individual characters taken in a vacuum were absolutely fantastic. So it's not bad. It just wasn't good either. All right, guys, which one are which from 1 through 5 here? Doing my password. So this is 3-5. This is 3-3. 3-3 sucked. It wasn't as bad as 2-3 though. It was a little more interesting. At least the characters were a tad more interesting. Okay, this is 2-4. 3-2. 3-4. 3-1. 3-1 is the best of the first cases. As Mia, it's very good. Mia's a very interesting prosecutor. Getting that backstory was fun with young Phoenix, and it sets up probably the best non-government villain in the game, because the other two are governmental plays. 3-5 I think went on a little too long, but it's the dynamics between all the characters was really good and was a satisfying culmination of everything you did up until that point. Dealing with Francisca, dealing with Edgeworth, dealing with Maya, dealing with Mia. Like, you get everything in that. The only problem with it is because of how much they needed to fit in, it went a little long, and I really didn't like how they just randomly killed off Mia and Maya's mother without basically any emotion from them. You're just like, oh wow, that sucked. It should be a bigger deal than this. I can't believe how that was swept under the rug. Also, it was my evil twin sister thing is, it was fine, but like, I don't find those types of stories to be particularly inspired. 3-2. Hold on, I need to check up on a detail of 3-4 real quick. Wait. Did I get this wrong? Which one was 3-4? Is that this one here? This is when Edgeworth was younger? That one's 3-4, right? This one right here. Just want to make sure I have it correct. That's true, but knowing the mother that you had thought was missing for so long, because they talk about her a lot, it's not like she was a passing topic. 3-4. Oh my god, did that trial blow my mind. I'm probably overrating it a little bit, to be completely honest, but I can think of very few times that I've been as stunned in a game as I did playing 3-4. You got Mia, who is a good attorney. You got to face against young Edgeworth, which was really fun. And get to see his character development from the start coming up. And then you have this client that you feel bad for, this villainess who is awful. Because you already know she's awful because you met her before. And then he kills himself just to protect her. That was mind-blowing for me. I felt so bad for that guy. It's not even, it's a shorter case, but holy shit is it impactful. The attorney-ing, that's a thing, if you'll indulge me, was good. It was really good in that case too. Loved that case and was devastated by it at the same time. All right, 3-2, the Look At Me case. This case is problematic because it ruined itself. It was still a good case overall, meeting Godot. Rhonda Light's really good. His wife's really good. The whole masked burglar thing I think is interesting, but the case ruins itself when it shows you who the silhouette of the person who did it, like halfway through, and you're like, I know who did it. That really hurts it a lot, because the rest of the case was so just going through the motions. It's not the 8-bit DuckTales, it's the remastered. I didn't lie. Then we have, what, 2-4 with Matt on Guard and company. This was also a very good case. Loved Matt on Guard as a defendant who turned out to be evil. Loved the conflict with Edgeworth and then the character change of Francisca as she begins to question her place. No! This is tough. I'm not sure if it's better or worse than any. It's A tier. I just don't know where to put it in A tier. It kind of dragged a little bit, but that's because all the cases in 2 were longer than any of the other games because they had 4 cases throughout the course of the game as opposed to 5. I guess I'm going to put it over 2 simply because it's not dealing with any supernatural elements. And I really appreciate when they're able to make it a great case without having to add those supernatural elements. Yeah, it would have been. It just was so disappointing how that happened. I'm like, all right, case is ruined. Case is ruined. Weeaboo. Indeed, man. Indeed it is. So yeah, there you go. 3-4 might be a bit of a surprise, but that 3-4 really got to me. 1-4 is just, I loved everything about playing 1-4. And 2-4 was, or 1-2 was very impactful. And like, I was invested that entire time. 3-5 was very good. The only problem with 3-5 is that I think it tried to pack too much into one space. And again, I didn't like the dismissiveness of their mother dying. I thought she should have gotten a much more impactful standoff than what she got. It was almost kind of an afterthought. You could have made that almost anybody, and would it have mattered? I don't think so. And then 2-4 was also fantastic. Very, very great client. The only thing that I'll say negatively about 2-4, well, okay, I could say a few things negatively, but one big issue with 2-4 is, again, you're just kind of making Maya damsel in distress, and that's lame. That makes it lame. You don't have Maya around, and less Maya is bad. Less Maya is bad in every one of these cases. More Maya is good. But it's still a fantastic case. Cross-examining the serial killer on the stand was stupid, but also very entertaining. 2-2 would have been better if the aunt had been a better villain. Thankfully, Eni, or Miney, whichever one, was very interesting on their own, so it still keeps it very high. 3-1's the best intro case. 1-5 is way too long, and the story is convoluted and garbage, despite the characters all being very good. 2-1 is a very good starter case in that game, but it's just the depth isn't there. 3-2 got ruined by its stupid reveal of the silhouette, and that just, I can't enjoy the rest of the case then, which is unfortunate, because that's another case where you get introduced to Godot, who's a good character, and also Ron and his wife, who are also good characters. And the framework is there. Even Look At Me is a good character. They fuck him up once you know who it is. Oh, don't worry, I understand. Anime is cringe. This good thing this is an anime then. It is a video game. It is not a show. Well, it's not an anime show. Yeah, if you don't like anime, you are on the wrong channel. There is much weebing happening here. I hate anime. Yuck. I know, Vope. I know. Steel Samurai, the best of the 3 cases because the characters are pretty good, but I just didn't care about the story. 1-1 is fine for what it does, but the characters aren't great. There's very minimal involvement from most people. It's very short. So it's not horrible, but it's not great either when compared to the rest. And both of the 3-3s are garbage. 3-3, or both these 3-3s are garbage. The 3-3 had the issue of I think it went on too long and I just didn't care about mostly what was happening. Some of the characters were good, but I wasn't super invested in what was going on. And quite frankly, the impersonator thing, while I do like his character, Yep. While I do like his character, the idea that that guy was able to impersonate an attorney, me, in the court of law, and they just bought it, is asinine. It is probably the worst concept in this entire trilogy. It is absolute trash. Unbelievable. So that really colored a poor picture of that trial for me from the start, because it was just so unbelievable. It was unbelievably stupid. But some of the characters are still really good. And you were motivated to prove yourself, even though the charges against you were asinine in the first place. They need to grow up and be hardworking adults. I mean, I'm mixed on anime the same way I'm mixed on movies. Some I like, some I absolutely hate. I don't see anime as any different from other visual fiction mediums that I watch. And the Very Big Circus is just the worst. It sucks. Going through that case again with the editing did not help anything, in my opinion on it. The characters suck. The story is who cares. The only thing interesting about that case, or the only thing good about that case, is the interaction between Phoenix and Maya, and then Max. Because Max is he's a good client. He was an interesting client. The rest of that cast, though, who fucking cares? Just the villain was worthless. The supporting characters of the circus were worthless. Just wanted it to end. So we have what? 1, 2. 3. 3 from game 3 for being above. 2 in 1, but they're both S tier, and 2 in 2 that are both A tier. And after that, we have 3 and 2 have the F tier cases. 1 has both of the D tier cases. That's the problem with 1. You're like really like, it's so split. The cases are either amazing or terrible. And you have a split evenly down the line between 1, 2, and 3 here. So what's the average? I think 3 might have the best average, followed by 1 and then 2. Take a look at that real quick before we for the evening. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so 1 has 2 single pointers and 2 5-pointers, so they have 12. Wait, it also has a 2-pointer. Maybe I like 1 the most. 14. 14 divided by 5. 2.8. The average. 3 has 1 5-pointer, 2 4-pointer, 3 3-pointer, 1 3-pointer, and 1 2-pointer. So it's tied with 1. 2.8. And 2 has 8, 10. Wait, 8. Yeah, they only had 4 cases. So that's 10. 2.5. So 1 and 2 have an average of 2.8 on a system of these are zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 divided by the amount of cases in that game. 1 and 3 are tied. So if you want a general feeling on how I feel about the games overall, you can look at it that way. 1 and 3 are tied in terms of the average score of all the cases. 2 is lower, but not by that much. 1 is more top-heavy, I'd say, than 3 is. 3 also has the best case, though. So... I mean, the dread of there's going to be a murder is a horror thing. Mystery stuff isn't really my cup of tea. I can get that. But Danganronpa also is based in mystery most of the time, trying to figure something out, right? Claustrophobic setting of the yeah, that makes sense too. This psychological mind games of Monokuma. Yeah. Yeah. I like nothing. Volpe, you are the ultimate depressive person. I like nothing. If you don't like anything, then you can't be disappointed. Flip my emo bangs. Yeah, so that'll be it. We didn't do as many tier lists today. We only did 3 games, but we went into a little more in depth. We didn't do extraneous things like soda or fast food. Just went straight into Genshin Impact, then Danganronpa, then Phoenix Wright. Characters and cases. Could have done a Danganronpa trial one too if they actually had one. But I'm not sure if they did. But skip it now because time for me to go Betty bye. See, how many likes are we at? Do I owe y'all some likes? Or some 21 likes? I owe you guys some creds. 10? 15? 20. Alright. Means everybody. So I'll be back tomorrow with Spider-Man Miles Morales in all likelihood. That's the plan, at least. And we're going to do that on Sunday, finish it up, because it should only take about 2 streams. And then nothing Monday, Fairy Tale Tuesday. Probably COD Wednesday. Race night with Nin Pages on Thursday. Jackbox on Friday, and then I'm hoping I'll be able to get into Final Fantasy VII speedrun on Saturday, but we'll see. Also tomorrow is the COD Warzone tournament from 6 to 9 before I do the Miles Morales tournament, or the Miles Morales game. If I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. It's possible that I just play more Warzone after the tournament. It depends on how I feel, but we'll see. Not Fire Emblem music. It's Octopath Traveler. Music will pay. Alright. Here's your end of stream creds. I'm almost positive I have no real targets after right now, but I'll take it. Yeah. All right, so that's gonna be it for me. Thank you to Just in Time for the raid earlier from Twitch side. Thank you to JMT for adding his Holy Bell account as a member. Much appreciated, my dude. And thank you to everybody else that came by to hang out and chat about how bad my opinions are. Keeps me sharp. So, keep me on my toes, everyone. Yeah, hope to see you guys tomorrow as I plow our team to victory in COD. Win first prize. Probably not, but that would be sweet. Yeah. There we go. Thank you so much for joining, everybody. Until next time. See you later.